There you go. Rick and Curly Bush. Okay, all right. Let's switch this stuff out. Get Yeah. It's, maybe just jump out and play around with it. I'll have to, I got two cameras, but I don't really know what to use it. That's all I want to know. Screw that. That's what I do that. Camera here, there's 99. I just check. This side of the bridge there. Uh, I guess I can't split the screen, just so you guys know how I got. The Trextech camera is at the one I showed you the other night that I was using, that cheap one. I paid like $13 for. I'll put it in front of this. Audio or something. Amazon. That's going to be a review on it the other day. Yeah. Oh yeah. It was all the way over there on the other camera. Anyway. Is that any better? Hey, 23, Jason. Is that mic any better now? Well, it's annoying. I keep flipping back and forth like that. That's line I could. Okay, cool. Yeah, I had it all the way over there on the in the back corner there on that other microphone. Right now I'm using my AirPods mic on that. When I'm short line, how's it going? Hey, Wilmer. First, PK and W modeler. Works. How are you? Ozark, Midland, and Southern. McCreary, Dwayne's Fork and Spoon. All right. Cool. Thanks for popping in, guys. Honestly, we're just going to jump on real quick, playing around with these. Is Gumperells in there? I like Gumperells. John? Trying to figure out how to be on here and have both cameras up on the screen. I don't know if I guess I really can't. Who knows how to do that? That'd be cool with the bridge crossing. I can't wait to get to that scenery on that bridge. It's gonna be pretty sweet. I don't know when I'm gonna do that. That's cool, Jason. Listen, this was just a cheap camera, and I think the picture was pretty good and everything. I like it. I might grab a couple more, maybe. You know, I just have wires draped everywhere, just trying to test it out and see, you know. I do that unless you sign in on different device. Well, how do you do that? Or use OBS? I don't know what OBS is either. Anybody do Black Friday shopping online? I did not really. I take that back. No, really didn't. I'll let this thing run through one more time. Got a package in the mail from the Train Freak. Looked at just a couple of days ago, actually. I think the day before Thanksgiving. I just haven't had a chance to go on and do anything about it. Wanted to open it on live online. They're on here. I just want to turn the camera and bring it closer to me, the table here, and try to get this mail call kind of like see what we can see here. The train was much prettier than me. So. All right. So, like I said, I got signed into SY on your PC, on your phone. What is SY? And your phone would basically be two guys. Yeah, but how would that do? Wouldn't I have to use the phone as a camera then? You know what I mean, Rick? Very organized in the term. Yeah, I saw. I think to watch it. I think I saw a blurb on Facebook though, Dwayne. I got a few things done. I'll show you guys that too. I got my my brother-in-law's father. So I'm just gonna call him my father-in-law because he's been like a father since my sister married him. That was 25 years ago. He has a welder, and you guys know I was having issues with. See if we can see it. I'll turn the camera. With keeping this section up, this section above there up, it was sagging because of the climb. I couldn't really mount it to the wall and everything. So he went ahead and made me 6 brackets. 1, 2, 3, 5 brackets, 4, 5, 6 brackets specific to fit underneath the climb, and then underneath the actual bench work too. So now that's all nice and level up there, and ready for some sub-road bed and all that fun stuff. So sorry making you guys sick, turning the camera all over the place. But so that I put those up today. My son, as you guys know, is home for the weekend. So he went up to Home Depot with me and grabbed a couple sheets of half-inch plywood. Thanks, John. Seems to be pretty sturdy. I might actually throw a few extra cross braces in there in the framework and just go with half-inch foam up there instead of, that's nice, you can see my chin, but not me. Half-inch foam up there and instead of plywood, just because it's still a little bit spongy. I don't know how else to word it, a little bouncy, I guess. But what's going to be up there? I'm not going to stand on it or nothing, obviously. It's just going to be holding trains. That's going to be a staging yard up there, basically. It's probably 5 tracks, and then the main line will go past it, you know. We'll see. But, yeah, I've been lucky, Wilmer. I've had good in-laws on both sides of my family. My sister's husband's family and then my wife's family. They've all been good people, so I lucked out. I can have no complaints as far as in-laws are concerned. So, hey Jay the artist, how are you? Good to see you in there. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Hello to everybody. Trying to see if I missed anyone now. John, 2618. Okay, cool. All right, so now I'm going to turn this down. Let's look at this mail call. I've been excited to open it. Told Jason I wait until I went live, and I already cut the tape. I don't need to see me cutting tape. I know what some of this is because I bought it from him. So we'll see. Okay. So I bought some signals from him. It's a modern dual head signal, left-hander. There's a single head, left hand. I don't know if you can see that. You got a lot of glare, maybe. Pretty cool. Another single. Eventually, I'm going to get into these signals if you haven't gathered that. There's another dual head. And this is all those BLMA ones. This is another single head. So, yeah. I like it. I like it. Thanks, Jason. Yeah, I was waiting to get those. He was going to go a different route on the signals and stuff. So you could get an app that shares, that shows. There's a can screen like CCTV, then share that screen. Huh. I think of that. I have, what's the name of this program? Can you download something like that on your laptop or what, Rick? The signals function, yeah. Obviously, you gotta, wire them up and everything, but that'll be fun. It'll be fun, interesting. So yeah, that's my big mail call, I guess. Very excited to get these. Like I said, he's going a little different route, I think, on what he's going to do. So, these are too modern for what he's doing. So he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Knowing that I want to do signaling, he offered them up to me. So that was very gracious of him. Thank you, Jason. Oh, you missed it. I just opened all the signals. Just pulled them all out. Big knucklehead, I didn't even know you left. I mean the program or the app. I have this one here. It's multi-camera capture 4K. I was playing with that earlier, trying to get that to work. It was working, but that's all. What else have I done? I did not paint any more track. I didn't get any more of that done. Hey, Melvin. Ray Central 127. I have arrived. Yeah, Ray. I'm glad you have arrived. Let's do this. I don't want to do that. Stop it. I want to go here. I think. I'll do that. Always have loved the look of a well-used cutting mat. Yeah, it's pretty used. I actually asked for a new one for Christmas. I don't know if I get it or not. The other side's even worse. This is the good side. I think I have some solder stuck to it when I was wiring up toggles and LEDs and stuff on my board. But hope everybody had a good. Yeah, you did. So, what would I have to do? I would have to go in there and let's see. Hey, Bird. Right, unmute.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
There you go. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, Robert. Robert Sacco's in there. What's going on, Robert? Supposed to be getting a package from Robert tomorrow. I've been waiting for that. I'll do another mail call on that one. It was, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I don't want to give away the surprise though. Not really a surprise, but something I had pre-ordered. Robert helped me out with, and it's been like forever trying to. I don't like this screen here. So what are you up to, Burris?
Nothing much.
You been working on anything? Yeah. Yeah, Robert, it's been a good year. Atlas has not been quick on that. Oh, shouldn't have even said that, huh? I'm going to give it away. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So, yeah, I downloaded that program that Jim had, Rick. And like I said, I got it to work. I just didn't know how to bring it up to this. Which I need to, I would have to bring it up and then share it. I'm going to have it open and running, I guess. Hey, buddy. How are you feeling? Artie? How's the hand? Yeah, that's fine. I should have had you do a video from the club with them. honestly. That'd be an awesome place to do them. Let's go back to that one. Hey, this is kind of getting annoying. Going back and forth like that. So, that's all. I mean, I wasn't planning on staying on too long or nothing. I just thought I'd pop in and hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving. I planned on going on yesterday afternoon and doing a little live stream after dinner and everything, but my family was having too much fun. They didn't want to leave. That's okay. My son being home, they haven't seen him since July, since the 4th of July. So I had no problem with that. Hanging out with them. And by the time they left, it was just getting too late and we were exhausted. We host Thanksgiving, so a lot of work. It's fun though. I mean, we enjoy doing it. And it's just a lot. All right, John. Dwayne, we'll see you. Share your screen and there's a share your screen. There's a view. Pick and pick if you want to be there too. Share my screen. I think this train is just flying. I'm running on 25 speed steps. That's a nice little locomotive. It's a GP38-2 Genesis Tsunami. That's Tsunami 2 is a Tsunami. Hey, Sparky. Yeah, Robert, I'm ecstatic I can run trains. It's so cool. It's going to be a job slow downer, job killer. I just want to watch the trains run around. No, it's not Tuesday. Hey, Jerry Saturelli, how are you? No, I was just playing around tonight, just trying to get these cameras to work, and I had that mail call from Jason. I was trying to, I wanted to open it. I just opened it since I was coming on. Some signals I bought from him. So that's all. Not Tuesday, but this Tuesday we will be doing the last I heard, anyways. I haven't talked to Wilmer, but last I heard there's going to be all four of us on the contract Tuesday. It's the fifth Tuesday. Oh boy. That's what this knucklehead wants. Four of us. Hey, who's this guy? What's up? What do you get? Your younger, better looking brother wanted to come on?
Yeah, well,
What's all the fun?
we sent the Artie overseas.
Yeah. You
No
shaved
way,
all the
Dave.
beard off, man.
Yeah.
Tracer says he has the longest beard again.
Yeah, we're just getting a bit. We've been stuck at home for another 2-3 months. Plus, I've got to get the
Normal.
mugshot done for my passport, so I thought I'd better shorten it down.
Yeah.
I'll grow it back. It's all right, Jason. I'll catch up. Don't you worry.
Yeah. Yeah. Running trains. Nothing fancy.
Yeah, I've been running a bit of my trains on the layout. But I tell you one thing though, this JMRI is giving me the pooks with the signalling.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Put the address down and put the signals into place. And when I go to activate the signals, the wrong ones come on.
Oh, that's. I can't even help you there.
No.
I got signals tonight from Jason, but I don't. I haven't attempted to do any kind of hooking them up or any of that stuff yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've got to the Jason. Maybe he can help me work it out.
Yeah.
I just can't. I'm getting closer and closer to getting the right ones to light up, but it's doing my head in. Yeah.
Well, how you feeling anyway? How's the hand?
Swelling's coming down. Swelling's coming down a little bit. I'm getting concerned about this finger here and that one there, just on the tip. So it's the tips are still a bit. What's the name? Bit numb.
Numb still?
Pardon?
They still numb?
Yeah. Yeah. So they're just on the verge of pins and needles to numbness on these two here. But I mean, the palm's still all swollen up, so we'll know more by the end of next week. Just taking it easy. There's nothing else to do. Yeah, a bit tingly.
Okay, Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to text you or something, Jason. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, when he got the time, we'll work something out. Because it's got me hit. It's really getting frustrating because I really like to get those signals working a little bit automatically, but I was very, very close to it. But
yeah,
when I activate the signal on the JMRI end, say I want to activate the signal that's on the coming out of the yard, one at the station comes on. When I put the one at the station, the signal down the yard comes out.
You got them wired up backwards or something?
No. It's something. I don't know what it is, but the JMRI doesn't seem to be reading or talking to the decoder accessory properly or something. It's working all right on my throttle. The signals work all right on the throttle, but when I work on the JMRI, and put the same address in the JMRI, just like, say, for example, I activate signal 1, signal 8 comes on, or signal 11 comes on.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even begin to help you with that. I haven't even started to mess with JMRI. or signals.
Yeah. Yeah, well, even the CT, well, even not setting up the CTC side of it, Jason, it's just not active. When I activate the signal address, a different signal comes up. So, yeah, and yeah, I know it's easy. There is an easy setup, but for some reason, this doesn't want to play with me. Hey, John, how are you? Yeah, it's not playing with me. It's something else that's been trying me patience out for the last couple of weeks.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
how you go? How did you go last night? All right. Happy
What's that?
Thanksgiving to you, anyway. Happy
Oh, thanks.
Thanksgiving to you and your family. How did you go last night? Get rid of the family or not?
Yeah, they stuck around, man, which is fine. Yeah, I like my family, but usually they don't stay that long. The free week. I really was planning on going on last night for a little bit, coming on, but it's all right. It's all
Well,
right. I enjoyed it. I was tired, so
you
I
got
just went to
family.
bed.
If you've got a good family to spend time with, then it's all worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, like I was saying a minute ago, they, with my son being in, everybody wanted to sit around, hang out with him, and he spent basically the whole month of November, the first 3 weeks in November, anyways, in the field doing this training exercises and that. So, he was telling a bunch of stories about that stuff and how that all went, and so it was cool. One cousin stuck around who was in the Navy. Uh, so they always banter back and forth about Army and Navy. And I think it's this weekend, the Army Navy game. So they're going back and forth on that. So just stuff. It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, it's you're saying as much as you can while you can, because you never know what's going to happen around the corner, do you?
No.
Especially in that way.
Yeah,
Especially
he's been out
line of work.
shopping and stuff with his girlfriend all day today, so I got some time down here to play around, running trains, and he did help me go get that plywood today, so that was cool. A lot easier when you got somebody strong to help carry that stuff. Jason, it might be next week. I don't even know. It probably is next week, the Army Navy game.
Yeah, well, they're trying to have an air show down here this weekend, but it's been too windy today. Hopefully, it clears up for them tomorrow.
No.
Yeah, we've got an air show here. We've got the new Hornet down here, and or something new down here, should I say? A new fighter going to do an air show here, and a couple of big heavies came in. Military aircraft came in yesterday.
Yeah.
But the cloud base was so
It's always
low.
so impressive to see.
Oh yeah, I'm a bit far from the airport now, but they do the holding patterns up near my place here, so I get the chance to see them fly around, making a lot of noise. Yeah, so yeah. I might go to it next year. I don't know. Yeah, too many rotten eggs at our airport. I don't really want to go there anymore. Yeah. Yeah, Melvin. Oh, hello, Nissi. Hello, Rick. So, yeah. Yeah, been an
It's
interesting
on
week.
December
That's
11th,
all I can
Jason.
say.
Army Navy game is on the 11th of December. It says MetLife Stadium, 3 p.m. So when is December 11th? That's a couple weeks from now, isn't it? Yeah. This week's a big Ohio State and Michigan game. And then so the 11th will be 2 weekends. Oh, I don't know why I thought it was this weekend. Either way.
No, they're supposed to be doing exercises here. They're joint exercises with your guys' males over here very shortly. So, yeah, they're interesting to watch.
You like that view? Yeah, it's a view down. I could zoom this camera in. It is a view down at the Crooked River Co-op yard there. And there's the towers in the yard. This is in the corner. Yeah, sitting in the corner, kind of. The camera.
I'm just wondering if how we work. You know, have we got you got the BD20s underneath your block detectors? If you're only going to have one train operating, how that will act with switching the camera around. What I don't know. I'm going to play around with a system of that with running off a relay, which it switches your camera from one camera to another.
I would love that. I don't know if you could do something like a motion sensor or something. That'd be kind of cool to have the camera automatically switch, you know.
Even a motion sensor will.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe
even probably like a motion sensor will probably do it. Yeah, but those to get a decent camera that's got its own built-in motion sensor, they're not cheap.
Yeah. I thought about even looking at that, doing like a security camera system or something, you know. Yeah, I got that camera just kind of sitting there right now, Jason, just sitting on the tabletop. But eventually, when I do figure this all out, they'll be kind of mounted, you know, up and out of the way. I want to get some more cameras. Let me buy another one of these that you're seeing run now. I mean, I think the picture's really nice. Not bad at all. It doesn't delay much or anything. But,
well, I noticed JCar Electronics, they got a different, they've got different cube cameras, better quality. I'm going to grab some of them in the next few weeks and give them a go.
Yeah, I definitely want to.
One is Wi-Fi.
Kind of a, yeah. I definitely want to do some kind of a ride-along videos and stuff. I really like that. Jim Tedesco got some kind of like ribbon camera or something, mini ribbon camera. So he's going to mount it inside the cab, so you actually look like you're looking out the windows and stuff, instead of having one sitting out on a flat car. You know. I don't know if he's actually made a video on that yet, but I know he got it.
I think it was Roku that made a camera to do that on your trains, where you can actually put it inside your train.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know that that Railjet of Anthony Dodge's that runs on his layout, the Railjet, the Maroney one. They had one of the engines on that when they came out. They had a camera in them too.
Yeah.
And they did.
Hey, Mystic Southern Railway.
Hi, Mystic. Just bear with me for a minute.
You have a camera mounted inside one of my locals. I thought I saw you did a video on that once, Jason. I definitely want to do that. Yep, that's right. This is a dummy, which gave you more room to mount stuff and everything, which is cool. That's neat. I like that. I had a buddy come over once on the old layout with a GoPro. There's a video on my channel somewhere of that. It was pretty cool. It was fun. And it hit the side of the tunnel once, but it's okay. Yeah, it's cool. You look much younger without the beard, says Mystic. Everybody's kind of shocked about the beard. We haven't seen you without the beard since you before you had your surgery.
Well, the funny thing is, none of the neighbours here ever see me with a short beard, so they'd be probably wondering who the hell is this new guy walking around the house.
Yeah,
if you know what I mean. Because no one around here no one's seen me here with a short beard. See, I've got to try to work out what the voltage is to this USB plug here. because it's got a power adapter on it. And I
Yeah.
just got to work out what the voltage is to it because, let me get around the right way around. Because it's mounted in the back corner. And when I got two cameras going, the webcam freezes up because it's not getting enough juice to it. So I've got to power this up. Yeah. And hopefully I can get to the 2 or 3 cameras working up behind me because where the tower is, I've got one camera up there now. And there's a switching tower down the bottom where my phone is now. There's another camera there, but I want to put 2 cameras, one facing this way and one facing that way. So I can get 2 different angles, and that webcam there, I want to put it up here at the corner where I am to my left and gradually use that camera when I start doing the next layer. What I want to do is I want to do one of those I can't think of the name of it now. Where you take progressive shots of the scenes. I can't think of the name of it. There is a name for it. Hey, what's up? Have a good night, mate. Yeah. Geez, I can't think of the name of it. There is what I want to do is when I do the next level up here and do the layout, I want to take the same shots from the same spot, showing the progress of the layout. Because now I've got some of these big towers and whatnot, I can work out roughly how the station is going to sit, and because my main passenger station is going to be up here with probably 2 or 3 sidings for the freight trains to pull up into, and then work its way down and around. So I'll probably start on that next Easter with the timber work.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Oh, then again, I'll probably wait till I get back from the States in May, so I'll probably start in June because I'll be over there in May next year. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't booked no motel yet because I can't, because I've got to wait for my new passport. So once that's done, I'm booking up the hotel because I'm going to go up to Strasbourg. Well, I'm halfway up to your place too, aren't I?
Yeah, I'd like to try to figure that out. That'd be nice.
It's not that bad that time of the year either, mate. Probably throw a swag in the back of bring a swag with me and just camp underneath the stars. I hang on, wait. No, I can't. It's too dangerous. You guys got things that eat you over there.
Yeah.
You guys got bears, mountain lions.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe out that way. Up by me.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of forest.
Trying to square out that other program I have. Trying to get that up and running.
Yeah. My lights are improved though. I've gone from the 12-volt power adapter to a 15-volt with 2 amps, and everything seems to light up a lot better now. Still DC power, but at least I've got plenty of juice to add more lights to what I need, because my all the lights that I have at the engine facility here next to me, that all went dull because the little power transformer they had was about half an amp, but 1 amp, 1.5 amp, and it just 12 volts and just couldn't keep up. Geez, your house going to look real good once you get some scenery and that done.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't decided where I want to start. You know, like I said, I'm going to keep painting the track. I think it went pretty well, the painting track. I don't know. It's kind of hard to see it the other night when I was doing it on the On Track Tuesday thing.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to get things to focus in close and get the lighting right and everything. And there's so much more I need to do down here, get the lighting better and so on and so forth, you know. But it'll come.
Oh, yeah, in due course. Yeah, I got to just try to blend in my my track work together. Good night, PK. Skin there, Mystic. Still waiting for the swelling to come down. We'll know a bit more, probably about another week once the swelling comes down. But I'm just got concerned about these two fingers, the thumb too. But I mean, I remember going with my left hand. The thumb was one of the last things to get my feeling back properly in it. So, I'll know a bit more by the end of next week. I've got to go back and see the surgeon next week and get the stitches removed, and we'll have a better idea then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy the process too, Thomas. In some ways, it's been good. It was being able to get my mind off a lot of issues and a lot of problems until I go to bed, and then it all comes back out the back of my head again. So, but yeah, tries to keep me honest.
Have you had a lot of pain already? You had a lot of pain with the hand?
I did have a little bit after surgery.
Yeah.
He gave me I think well, they knocked me out this time. They didn't just use local anesthetic this time. He actually knocked me out. So,
oh, okay.
And like I haven't been sleeping properly. And anyway, I'll get home and gave me these couple of tablets to ease with the pain. And Thomas, don't give it away too much, please. Yeah, he gave me some of these tablets. I laid down and watched the news, and when I got home about 6 o'clock. Went to hospital at 12. Got home at 6, and laid down and watched the news, and I can't remember the last thing I watched on the news. I just went, it's on dead.
Yeah.
Woke up till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Let's bring up this guy. Hey. Oh, that ain't right. Hang on, stand by. Yeah, look at that.
If I didn't need to go and get me mugshot taken, the beard would have stayed.
Well, that's your problem for having to go get a mugshot made.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, if you would have kept the beard, it would have probably looked pretty good on a mug.
Yeah.
And then Dave would have bought one from you.
Yeah, well.
Hey, listen, I've still got plenty of shots of me with the wrong beard. I just got to be careful walking out in front of my street. I might get attacked at the front here because nobody recognizes me.
See, Mystic John knows exactly the trouble that I go through trying to board a plane. So, something with the beard, man.
It's the style of the beard that does it. It's the style of the beard. It's not the beard. It's the style of the beard.
Oh.
That's what it is.
Well, at least mine's not braided, you know. Or mine's not like, holy crap, my light just went out.
Or done up as a little ponytail.
So, hey, I was wanting to show y'all this. So this is what I've been working on. So I'm gonna change my camera. Check this out.
Oh, wow.
Let's see.
Okay, let's see if I can
yeah,
go the
yeah.
right way. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, that's sweet.
It's
I
coming
can
up
angle it
nice.
up. I can angle it down. Oh, it won't go down no further. Okay.
Oh, it's
And
remote, is it?
yeah, it's a remote.
Hey,
That's cool.
when did you
Ne-
say you're going? When you say you're going on vacation, Jason?
I go on. I go on one here pretty soon.
Oh, good, because when you come back, that camera won't be there.
Yeah.
Wah wah. Okay. Yep. And I know that kind of the daggum GoPro. There it goes. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with y'all, just to see what y'all thought.
No, I like that.
That will go good up in my back corner here.
So
Yeah.
Thomas, dude, do you know where I could get an Amish hat? Because I could so pull it off.
Yeah. Yeah. You could with that beard. Not a doubt.
Oh, you would be able to pull it up. Yeah, should be able to buy it something up at Pennsylvania, up Strasbourg way, up that way.
Yeah,
And I
but
don't
that's
have to
too
worry
far
about
for
the
me.
police.
I don't want to drive 2 days just to go buy a hat. And you know, like true Amish people, they don't sell anything online because they're not for technology. So
I know.
So like I said, I don't want to drive 2 days just to go buy a hat.
Fly, get there quicker.
Okay, I don't want to spend that much money on a hat.
Yeah,
Especially one that you're probably not going to wear that much.
Now, see, Thomas, if you go and find one on eBay, then it's not a true Amish hat. I hate to tell you, buddy.
Well, where can you get one?
Yeah, dadgum. Yep,
There you go.
that's southern
I-
as heck.
I don't have to
Well-
worry about the cops coming around in my place, Thomas, because they'll just take too long to get here. There's no McDonald's or a donut shop nearby here, so they're not going to turn up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess there's Amish people up in Minnesota too, where Thomas is at. We've got people. Some people mistaking them as Amish, but we actually call them Mennonites.
Mhm.
So we do have quite a few Mennonites down here, and they're basically Amish people, but they incorporate technology in their daily lives. So
Yeah. That does around here too. A decent amount of
Yeah,
Amish
there's
there.
a few of them down at. I've come across a few of them down at Sarasota, Florida.
but yeah, here's the so you were asking about the remote. There's the remote. And I can
With that
have-
camera?
TV room.
Yeah, and I can choose 4 different cameras.
Huh,
So-
what?
Yeah. And I wasn't
Amazon,
even
I bet.
aiming it. Like I wasn't even aiming it at the camera. I was just sitting here, just playing with it.
Oh, cool.
Hmm.
I can't afford
So-
it. Jerry spent all my money this week. Oh,
So
one of-
I got a
one of Jerry's-
friend. I've got a friend who does. I don't know like what all he does. He does like AV installations for like schools and businesses.
Yeah.
But he also does like copiers and things like that. He owns his own company. And he was doing a big contract with one of the school districts here. And this is for their classrooms. And so he bought like X amount of stuff, which he typically always buys extra. So that way, in case if he's got like a dud, he's got an extra one to go ahead and replace it. So he
Right.
actually ended up giving me a few different items Because I mean, you know, he said it ain't costing him really anything extra, so he's just giving it to me to use. So I was like, okay,
Right.
why not? So I told him, I said, if you got 4 cameras, I'd take 4, but he only gave me 2. So, you know, hey, 2's better than none, right?
Well, it looks like that one covers a good portion of the room.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, see, I was
Oh.
thinking about having 2 on each deck, so that way I could
Oh,
have
yeah.
the whole layout covered.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I mean, it wouldn't all be covered at once. Like, you know, it wouldn't be like Anthony Dodge, where he's got like 16 cameras, you know, covering every single inch of his layout. But for me, if someone wanted to do like remote ops, you know, as long as they're driving the train, you know, through the layout, all I got to do is just, you know, angle and pivot that camera, you know, till it follows the train, and then eventually the next camera will pick it up.
Yeah, that you were talking about the program of doing that sort of thing, Jason. I remember my brother was using a program called Log Me In. I don't know
Yeah.
if that gives you the option, the security option, where you can actually do that remotely without having anyone interfere with the actual computer itself. You see,
Well, and see, I know
there will be a way to do it.
with like JMRI, you can start what's called, you know, a JMRI server. It's some type of server. And you know, if you use like and basically it's like, you know, creating an IP address. And I'm sure there's possibly a way where I can set up a NAT in my router to do a NAT translation from, you know, an IP to because I do have a business level IP address. I just got to see if I can get, you know, see exactly how I need to have that happen, because I do have a static IP. But basically assign a port, you know, to forward my public IP to whatever, you know, IP address that the JMRI server is running. And then they should be able to use Engine Driver, you know, on their phone to be able to do it.
Yeah.
So it's something I do want to test out. I'm not there yet. You know, I've got a whole bunch of quirks and things I need to, you know, fix on my end first. So before I jump, you know, into that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be back in a minute. I'll just go and get a top up. I'll just go and get a drink.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, just give me a minute.
Hey, Mystic, at least all those countries start with an A, right? That's funny. Oh, shoot. Did we lose Dave? Oh, Lord. It looks like I'm the one running the show now. Oh, Dave's back.
What other camera doesn't want to pick up? No, it's going on over there. Trying to switch over to that one and just coming up blank.
So the Split Rock. So actually, the camera is connected to a device called an ATEM Mini. I'm gonna see if I can pivot my camera without a whole bunch of stuff being in the way so you can see it. I'm gonna have to grab this GoPro camera, so it's gonna get a little seasickish. All right. Of course, my mic's in the way. So it's actually this device here that my camera is connected to, and I can connect up to 4 cameras. And so I can actually go from camera scene to camera scene to camera scene to camera scene. And this was one of the items that was given to me as well. And of course, I don't have it. Yeah. And it's got you could do a direct cut, or it can do a fade cut, where you can have it, you know, fade to black. I did end up getting the mini mod for my GoPro camera. And so I'm going to try to hook my GoPro camera up to it as well. But here is, let's see if I can show you, but I don't have it on the camera, but here's my mini mod. So, but of course it would be like that, and the camera would be on the inside. And so that will allow me to use this as an HDMI camera as well. So,
Nice.
Nice.
so, and then from there, the A10 Mini actually acts as a single webcam. And so from there, yes, I can upload it into OBS.
Yeah. So,
Mystic wants to know how many cameras does he need for a 2x5 layout. You need 20 cameras, so that way you can be just like Anthony Dodge.
So I was thinking 25 minimum.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
yeah. Yeah.
It depends how many corners and curves you have, you know?
Right. Absolutely, John. Absolutely. You're always welcome.
What's going on with the chat? Oh, okay. Here.
I think he's good for all of our ADHD, if you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah. My okay, yeah, my chat's a bit out of whack here. It's not really refreshed. Here we go. It's refreshed on the thing. Yeah. Oh, I tell you what though, Jason, this JMRI signaling is really doing my head in.
I tell you that the signaling is probably the most difficult thing to set up within JMRI.
You know what the difficult part of, you know where I'm having the problem?
Where's that?
Okay. I put in put my signal address, for example, 101.
Right.
Which is one of my signals at the back, right? But the one over yonder right there turns on. It's not recognising the address on the decoder via the JMRI, or it won't pick it up half of it. This is
and
where
you're
I'm
using you're using the NCE illuminator, right? Or light it or something like that.
Yeah.
So the decoders that I use they were originally Team Digital. Now they're RR Circuits, which RR Circuits actually made the decoders for Team Digital, but they're the SDH2s, and those are simple. And that was, of course, when I got the Team Digital ones, that was even before NCE had to light it. Because I even contacted NCE directly to their tech support and was like, hey, do y'all have a signal decoder? And they were like, no, we don't have one. And at the time, they told me they weren't even interested. All right, John, good night. Take care, buddy.
All right, John.
I'll keep in touch with you later. But, yeah, friends don't let friends add signals. I know, right? But it was, like NCE didn't have it. So I was just trying to figure out, where do I go? Because I've seen some of these other channels do it. And then I, contacted Custom Signaling Systems, who makes my, signals for me. And that's who they recommended at the time was go to Team Digital. And then, of course, now Team Digital doesn't make it, or our Circuits does. And so I was on the phone with them not too long ago, and they actually convinced me from going away from NCE on controlling the layout and just using NCE to control the trains, and then go with LCC, which is Layout Command Control. So, and the reason being because the LCC system, it's a two-way. It's a two-way communicator. So it sends and receives.
Yeah.
With NCE does have two-way communication, but they're on two separate buses. So it receives information off the cab bus, but it sends information on the track bus. And so for what exactly that I was wanting to do, NCE was just not going to work for my wants, where the LCC will.
Yeah. Well, what I'm seriously thinking about doing, I mean, I'm going to mess around and try to get it going again, but it's just going to gives the JMRI program a big confusion for myself and whatnot. But I'm seriously looking at going into the Atlas system, the new Atlas system, signaling system, as a decoder itself, where you can actually put, like I showed you those signals that I've got, they've actually got a provision on the circuit board to accept those different types of signals on.
Right.
If you understand what I mean. Like I'm going to be working off the British Rail signaling system, where I need 3 lights, and it's quite straightforward and simple.
So I've got.
We can all go to bed now.
Yeah, we got Heath popping in, so now we got to watch out for things to hopefully not break.
Yeah.
Because the British Rail signaling system is cross between what we have here in Australia and what you guys got there, with exceptions of I'm his second.
See,
Artie.
You know,
the other Artie's on vacation.
Heath, you already missed it, man. See, now you got to go back and check the replay. Here, I'll show you the remote. There's the remote to control that one and 3 others. I've only got one hooked up.
Jason, you're gonna have to Heath there. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to play around with it. I mean, I just got to work out how the hell I'm gonna get it done, because I've got the block detection and that's working fine, you know. But it just doesn't want to read the signal. So I'm gonna have to play around with the addresses and whatnot on there. There's got to be. I almost had them going before I started cleaning up and that, you know. And I thought, no, I'll leave that until after the surgery and play around with it. Yeah, don't worry. He'll be back. Don't worry. I'll go back to my normal self. Yeah.
So, Artie, did I share with you the I got a video on my channel that's not open to the public. I think I have it listed as unlisted. And it's because it's such an old video. But did I share that one with you with the auto signaling?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I shared that with Dave either, but as soon as I find that video, I'm gonna pop it in the chat.
Yeah, I don't think you shared it with me.
Okay.
If you did, I don't remember.
And like I said, I had this set up, man. This was so many years ago. There it is. And let's see, share and copy. No, it's not 2007. I wasn't in the hobby in 2007. I would say like 2013, 2014, maybe 2015. It was either 2014 or 2015. So,
okay.
Yeah, Heath, it is. He's talking about it's good to have friends. And so, I mean, this guy here, he just gives me stuff from time to time. You know, just depending on, you know, what things he does. The one thing I've asked for him that he hasn't been able to get for me yet is just a small black and white laser printer. So that way I don't have to walk all the way to the other end of the house to print off the switch list through JMRI. Like if I could get just a small black and white one that I could put here right beside the computer. So when I print off a switch list, it'll print here and I can hand it to him. But I don't want ink because if you don't use ink, consistently, the print heads will jam up, and then, you're going to put out more money than what it's worth. So,
I've got a cheap. The printer that I've got cost me $45. Recharge ink cartridges cost me $80. So every time I need a new ink cartridge, I just go and buy a new printer. It's cheaper.
yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing with ink. I mean, definitely. That's why I want laser, because it's a much better printer. And, the other printer that I have in my house is it's an all-in-one copier, but it's laser, color laser at that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, like I said, you don't have to worry about print heads on a laser.
No.
I'll be right
I've
back.
got a good
guys.
Epson one, and I'm going to use it for a while. Yeah.
Oh, already. We're in charge. We're in charge.
And it's neat.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, where's the train controller for Dave's layout? Now we can actually have a real fun on that.
Let's see if did he actually stop his train too? Oh, he must have a derail or something. Hey, what's going on, Robert Flying Crow? What's up, dudes?
I saw Jack had 2 lives. Hey, Flying Crow. I saw Jack had 2 live streams going.
Oh, did he have one of his cameras, his cab cameras going?
One on the train and one. Yeah. So, no, it's construction's come to a halt. So now was trying to get the signal to work properly without doing a manual control. Get it semi-automated, but I've given up on that, and I'm going to try to work out some automation on it now. So I've got plenty of time to kill, so I might as well make the most of it.
There you go.
But there's just so much. I try to do it. Just try and work it all out. I did try the train controller program. I don't know if you've seen it. It's not freeware. But that makes it a lot more easier, simplified to do all of that.
What software is it?
But it's called Train Controller. It's a brand. But I don't know if I've got it saved on this computer.
It's from a FRE.
You've got 3 levels. You've got bronze, silver, and gold. Yeah.
From Freewald Software.
Dig up. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, you know how you got to work out all the calculations and whatnot, destinations and that on JMRI. That does it all
I'm
for
seeing
you.
that.
Yeah. But
hey, Kyle
it's not
Stevens,
cheap.
how's it going?
Hey, Kyle.
So so which one did you get? Bronze, silver, or gold?
And I've tried silver and gold, but I've gone past the version. I've got to pay for it, the license now for it to operate. But I found it a lot easier to do my routes and whatnot on it than JMRI. But only combination I found is doing the 3-way points for Pico Track.
Okay.
You've got 2 point motors in it. You see? That system is based on the European point system where they actually have.
Are you talking about a 3-way?
Loaded. That much tension.
You talking about the 3-way turnout?
The 3-way. Yep. Yeah.
Yes, I've got one of those too. Let's see here. I'm actually going to change my camera
I've got
back.
it sorted out.
Yeah, see, it's right there. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that sorted out on my
Whoops, too far. There we go.
I got my mini I got that sorted out on my mini panel sort of thing. Because it's hard because when you look at the way it's thrown,
so now y'all get to see my messy
actually
train room. I've actually cleaned up some of it. No, it was actually a lot worse.
So was mine before I cleaned up. I couldn't move around my floor. I was tripping over everything.
So you need to get you one of these.
That's gonna look sad. What's that?
One of these.
We don't have space.
That double crossover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put a double here because I was constrained for space. Because see, the track starts curving there.
I'll need one up in the top.
You know, and then of course now I got a siding there.
Yeah.
But let me zoom back out. But over here on this side, oh, I don't know how well you're going to be able to see it. I don't have lighting on this side of the room yet.
That's fine. You can see it. Yeah. You got that single
slip. Yeah, you can kind of see it.
Yeah, that single slip.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a single slip, but to the left of it, you can see I've got two single crossovers. I've got a left pair and a right pair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Heath, I'm using HDMI. I'm using the A10 Mini. So.
See, a single slip and double slip, they work the same. It's just your three-way, the way the inner, what you guys call them.
I mean, this thing's got an insane zoom on it. So yeah, that is
yeah. I've used them.
Now y'all got to realize that this camera is about 15 feet from that single slip.
That's pretty good, Joe. So when did you get that from?
A friend of mine.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that friend of yours here, Tom. That's an excellent camera.
Yeah, he had two of them.
It's sweet, that camera. I love how it zooms in like that.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm doing all of this here in my chair. I don't have the lighting installed on the roof on this section. So you can't see, you can see the end of the track right there. So that's going to be another project coming pretty soon, is adding on that.
Can you see what they see?
I'm way over here. So see, like
all kinds of flying crow.
I'm just sitting here with the remote, you know.
Well, zoom in where you are now. So let's see how far in we can zoom.
How far in?
Yeah, up to the corner of your desk.
Okay.
Just as you are, see how far in you can zoom.
That's as far as she'll go.
Oh man, that's good. Look at that quick with focus. That's pretty good.
Oh, you can read the roof of the theater there.
Look at the trees.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Hey, you can see the spiders having a bit of a monkey business going on in the background there too.
Yeah, you can see the toilet on the building as well.
Ah, yeah. Shit, yeah.
There's a box car. Of course, if I'm down, I got to zoom out so it'll focus. Well, I can probably focus in. I've only played with this stuff. See, now it just auto focused as I focused in, so that's pretty cool. There we go. Whoa.
And now, do you have to use that board you showed us earlier?
Do what?
That board you showed earlier, do you have to use that with these cameras?
No, that can be used as an
Remote.
IP camera. So I can set that camera up that way. Zoom out. But yeah.
See,
So it's
he
actually
he's jealous.
it's being powered. Look, you can see where I started running my wires. I still got more to finish, but the black wire's right in front of the lighting track. So one of those is a Cat 5 cable that's just ran to a PoE juicer. So I don't have anything connected to the data side of the juicer, just, supplying power to the camera. And then I've got the HDMI cable going to this ATM Mini. So.
Nice.
But this is what I'm wanting to do, as far as we could see a train coming around, say, Riceland. So if I needed to, I could zoom in just a little, watch the train come this direction. I can go down with it as it's moving, zoom out. The only thing is that's as far down as I can go, because then it starts, bouncing. So I won't be able to watch it hit the full corner, but, you can see it come out this way and then come up, and we should be able to watch someone, do like switching maneuvers, fairly easy, I would think.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I would think so.
especially
where the yard.
Where the runaround track is. So, yeah, unfortunately, there's no yard here. This is all industries. So you've got, let's see here. I'm gonna zoom in and go up.
That's what I meant. The industry's there.
Yeah. So there's a tank car sitting there. That's for Passmore Gas Company.
Yeah.
And Junior dropped my Shakasit building, so I got to fix it. But these two tracks here, I don't have tacked down, so that's why they look kind of wavy. They're just, connected, but they're not tacked or anything. And that's because I'm waiting to figure out what building I want to build for Feinstein's Brewery for a double track industry. So I'm probably going to have to find a couple of buildings in Kitbash. Then up here on the right side, the track, by itself is going to be Shakasit. And then down here at the bottom where you've got 3 cars and then 1 car, those 2 tracks are going to be for Juicy J's Meat Company, which basically takes butchered meat and process it into canned meat. So they'll take reefers and then send stuff out in box cars. Which I did get the buildings for those ordered, but I haven't got them in yet. And I'll have to kit bash both of those together for exactly what I'm wanting. And so, yeah, this part of the layout kind of looks like a mess, and it's because it is a mess. So.
Oh, it's in construction stage. You probably still end up changing some of that anyway.
No, I'm actually pretty pleased on the setup. It's just until I can get the buildings in, I don't know exactly what the lengths of these stub into tracks need to be. So,
This is where I end up having problems with my layout. When I was constructing my section up here behind me here. See, my original plan was not to use this diesel shed and use that small brick one that the Walthers have got, which is slightly smaller, right? And I have that is the milling kit that they got. The let me have a look. There is a machine shop. That's it. Machine shop. So basically, I'm going to have a train going in through one end. G'day, Ron.
Oh, I've
I
got
can
one of
have a
those.
train- Yeah. I wanted to come off the turntable and make it look like the Cumberland Yard, similar to the Cumberland facility, where the train actually goes in one end and it actually can go into the mill house. Right?
Okay.
It worked out fine, but the problem was I couldn't get that maintenance facility, the brick one. And it was last year, and it's like, I want to get this finished. There was nowhere in the world could I find it.
So the cool thing about the machine shop, and this is what I'm going to do when I put it all in. The machine shop comes with like a piece that you don't use as a wall. It's like a small bracket that goes along the top just to hold the roof. So that way you can attach it to the modern roundhouse. It like attaches perfectly to the outside wall.
Yeah. But I don't have the space here for it. I don't have that space here. I was thinking about getting rid of it, but now what I'm going to do is when I do my next level up, because I've got passenger trains, and especially like the metro liners and that, I'm going to use it as a electric train servicing facility.
Okay.
Where they basically just the train will just go in there for a quick service. Electric train goes straight in and out the other door, because they don't need a turntable up the top deck, you see, to turn the engines around. So I'm going to have a little maintenance facility, which is going to be probably up in the far corner there. So we'll service all the EMUs and DMUs and engines and whatnot, and yeah.
So Andy is asking me what camera I am using. I'm actually going to try to pull it up real quick and send you a link.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
Oops. I'm going to try to do the
copy.
But most of my trains are going to get serviced down the bottom here anyway. So, if I base it on the Sydney system, the actual main engine facility, maintenance facility, was like about 10 miles from the actual central station, where they serviced all the locomotives. So basically what it's going to do is it's going to like there's engines that need to be spun around, they'd be just hooked up in the con system, brought down the service facility down here and spun around and taken back up. So it's just going to give me another bit of operations to do, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, see, I'm gonna have the turntable in mine. Roundhouse, 6-bay, machine shop, and that's going to be my engine facilities. That's going to be on one end of the yard. On the other end of the yard, I'm going to have. I've got a building from, I think it's Pike Stuff or Rick's. That is for a machine shop. I'm going to make it a machine, or not a machine shop, a car shop. Yeah. So that way it's like, you know, you got the engine facilities on one end of the yard, then you got the car facilities on the other end. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy, I do too.
Yeah. I was thinking about doing everything. Have everything done in one spot.
So I will tell you, some of the names I have come up with, some of them I let my Patreon members come up with, those that are, I want to say like the $3 a month or higher. sometimes I'll be like, hey, I need a name for an industry. This is the purpose of it. Give me some names. And I want to say like High Stakes Ranch was one that was mentioned by a Patreon member. Feinstein's Brewery is another one that was mentioned by a Patreon member. But I will say, I'll take like, the top 5, or I'll let Amanda pick out her 5 most favorite. And then I'll let the Patreon members that are $5 a month or higher vote on the names, which one they like the best. And that's what I go with. So I try to do, allow, those that are actually, supporting the channel more than just being a subscriber to the channel, a way to, to be able to participate with the channel in some form or fashion. But, it's one of those things. Yeah, I think at that view right there, Dave, if your camera was just right above just right above like the roof of those cart, kind of like this one where you can see above it.
Yeah,
that will look so cool watching it snake off a track 2 to that single track.
I might be able to set it up a little bit higher.
Because that's the cool thing about the trains is watching, just watching them snake through.
Oh, I agree. Totally agree.
Risdom and Rome Model Railroad. What's up, buddy?
So the names of 2 towns on that, or 2 places a mile out. How Long, Come By Chance. They're actually 2 places that do exist in Australia. How Long is a little town south of the border heading down towards Melbourne. It's actually How Long's got a big distribution centre there for Woolworths now. But the town centre itself, it's got milk bar, post office, a pub, and same with Come By Chance. So the places do exist, but not to the scale that I've got it at. We'll have
and that's the same way with my layout. All of the areas of my layout, I'm actually using actual prototypical towns in a prototypical order. It's just not necessarily all of the towns. The industries are prototypical. That's not prototypical at all. Or what's happening through each of the towns is most likely non-prototypical.
Yeah.
So if anybody is experienced in palm reading, Dave just put his hand up there. So I'm not experienced in that.
Is that any better? I'm just setting it up on.
Yeah.
That's a little better, huh?
Yes, I like that, the bird's eye view. It kind of gives you that feeling like you're, on top of like a walking bridge above the tracks. So just watching it snake like that is just so cool to me.
Yeah,
I kind of like that too.
Yeah.
Let me try something out.
Unfortunately, the climb kind of gets in the way of it. The view there. Let's see if I can move it. Now you got me wanting to play with it over there. Give you a better angle. Damn it.
Well, see, I think if you're like right under what you got it set on, like if you can find a way to mount it, to the underneath section. Just to where that lens is like right above the roofs of the cars.
Let's try that, see if that's any better. Yeah, like I said, I just playing around, trying to get things right. trying to get things to work.
I think you come a long way, Dave. I mean, it's awesome to see that you've got a train running around your
Yeah.
layout and you're not having any issues.
No, it's been running. In fact, it was running the opposite direction for, I don't know, forever. Earlier. I just flipped directions when we came on, an hour and a half ago. Because it was the way the cameras were set, and I wanted to get a shot across the bridge there, and so I wanted to, to show on the camera coming at you and not going away from you.
Yeah.
So I did the old 5-finger switcher there. 5-finger turntable, put the engine around.
Running a lot better now.
I'm assuming that weird noise is coming from Artie's.
Proper.
I don't know, maybe.
Hey, everybody wants to know, Dave, what cameras
Oh,
are
yes.
you
I'm just
using?
What cameras am I using? I have a Logitech 920 for the one that you're, for this one. This one I'm using right there, you see now, is just a cheap one off Amazon. It's Saudio, Saudio, full HD, just a USB webcam. Nothing fancy. And that's the one you see up there now. I think I might have that down to 720 as well. And then the other one I have up here is that's what this is about, is the, what do you call it? Logitech 920, I think it is. So, I mean, nothing real fancy, It's a little bit higher than it was, Jason.
Yeah, that's a cool effect right there.
Yeah. No, but I know what you mean. Eventually, I'll probably actually mount it right underneath the upper level there. You can see the ladder above your head there.
Yeah.
I'll, probably mount it into the rafters, if you will.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, just that section there where it's going from the bottom level to the top.
There. And this is a Logitech 9. It's actually a 922. I just pulled it up, and that's what it said when I pulled it up. So, and that's just
What brand
tripod.
locomotive is that?
That's an Athearn Genesis. That's one we were talking about the other night. It's just the Tsunami, not the Tsunami 2 or nothing. It's the box says it's a GP38-2.
Okay.
Everybody wants to say it's a GP40, but the box says GP38-2. I can't tell that stuff apart. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's pulling those 16 cars with no problem.
Oh yeah. Okay, it says like 32 speed steps, but I mean I had it going slower before too, but now my layout's pretty flat. I mean there's a little bit of an incline in the one spot. I don't know if it would pull those 16 cars actually up the incline to the second level or not by itself, but I probably would always have it in pairs anyways if it was going to actually be running a road like that. I figure I'll use those for my locals,
Well, the locals here, they use Jeep 60s.
Yeah.
And then BNSF has a local that comes through here as well. And they have I think it's a GP40 or a Jeep 40-2.
Mm.
And then the other unit's a Dash 8.
Oh, where'd you go, man? I didn't know you left the stream. I pay no damn attention to you.
So BNSF has a very small yard in Little Rock.
Yeah.
But they have a big yard in Memphis. So they run a local between their yard in Little Rock and Memphis. They'll run it like once a day. But all the trackage between is all UP tracks. So I catch it every once in a while. You just got to be lucky because the local that UP runs here, they call it the Newport local because it goes up to Newport, Arkansas. 3 times a day. And, that local being ran by 2 Jeep 60s running 3 times a day. And then this other one, with 2 different type of engines only once a day. I mean, it's, harder to catch.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Split Rock. That's a very good point.
What do you think of my view now, Jason?
It's dark,
It's pretty.
but it looks like you got a building
Yeah,
in construction.
Yeah. I didn't want to get it damaged. It's going up to the next level, so I just put it there for the time being. But I mean,
There you go. I mean, it looks good.
you do have dark spots in towns and whatnot where the sun doesn't shine. I mean, you look at his little studio. I mean, that's in the shade too, isn't it? That's why he's always cold.
Yeah. That's funny.
So
Flying Crow says Heath needs to have
yeah,
railroad
they're not staying
classes.
there. That's yeah.
Railroad class.
Yeah, let me get that.
So it looks like Thomas Split Rock needs to start
This is
doing some railroad classes so Heath can join.
Yeah.
So that way Heath can tell the difference between a EMD, a GE, and an Alco. And a Baldwin.
Yeah.
Of course, we can't, forget about the, Morse Fairbanks and the Cross Maffes too.
I could tell some of them apart. I just don't know all the details. The difference in a 40 and a 48H2 and a 35 and a 48 or 38. I mean, stuff like that. I don't always pick up on that. As far as the EMD goes.
All right, this. It just
What are you doing over there, Artie?
I have to realign all the. I'm trying to get a train going. I just drilled on the turntable. I just reset all the tracks.
Oh, Robert, that looks good. Robert, is that the one that I sent you, or is that one after the one I sent you?
I need to buy myself a re-railer.
Okay, so Robert, the one that you sent, I'm assuming is off to the edge of this one here that you just sent me. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, Robert sent me that picture.
Sweet. Yeah.
That's actually, oh yeah, I'll put it back up there.
Well,
That's
cool.
actually,
What is that?
so Kansas City Southern had some weird, funky looking wood chip hoppers.
Oh.
So he's having to kit bash, the Bowser ones to make them actually look right. So, name
That's
5
cool.
streamliners that went from Chicago to Seattle. The only one that I know that went from Chicago to Seattle is the Empire Builder. Chicago to Oakland. I would assume the California Zephyr is one of them.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know the other one.
Not a passenger guy.
Because the Super Chief went from Chicago to LA.
Yeah.
Maybe the Overland? Is the Overland the other one? California Zephyr and the Overland? That was ran by the Chicago Northwestern, UP, and SP. I think that's Overland. Okay, so Hiawatha also went to Seattle. I do know what the difference between the Chief and the El Capitan is. I do know that one. Okay, city of San Francisco. All right. All right, Robert sent me another photo.
Am I?
Yep, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
So he's having to kit bash all of his covered or wood chip hoppers. So y'all should ask him about his cabooses. Because none of the manufacturers make an actual prototypical KCS caboose. So all of his are brass. I think his caboose fleet is more expensive than his locomotive fleet.
Wow.
It wouldn't surprise me considering that he's got like 3 or 4 brass cabooses. Well, that's because I don't have MeWe up on my computer, Heath.
Glad my wife is listening. Don't tell.
Now that I don't know. I do not know the answer to that question.
What you got running down there, Artie?
But I would assume the ACL was one of the railroads. Seaboard Airline was probably another railroad that had trains going from New York City to Florida. Maybe the Orange Blossom Special, I would think would be one of them.
What are we looking for?
Split Rock's got a question. Name 4 trains that ran from New York City to Florida. I think Orange Blossom Special is one of them.
Yeah.
But the rest of them, I do not know.
Is it the silver? I can't think of it now. Got a photo. I had a photo of it too. No, Heath. No, he doesn't mean a lot to Tropicana train. Geez, I can't think of it now. I think there's
So-
only two of them. There's only one that still exists that go down to from New York to Miami, Florida.
I'm curious to see who knows the answer to my question that I asked.
What's that one?
And the hint is you have to know enough about the Santa Fe, the ATSF. What is the difference between the Chief and the El Capitan? They both ran the exact same route. They both went from Chicago to LA, but there is a difference.
Yeah, one went north and one went south.
No, that's not it.
El Capitan.
Anything to do with the power that they ran?
Didn't El Capitan go to San Francisco? Didn't it split up?
Split Rock answered it.
Oh, nice.
The Chief was all Pullman, basically sleeper cars, and the El Capitan was nothing but coaches.
Ah.
Huh.
That's like like the two trains we had here run between Sydney and Melbourne. We had the Southern Aurora, which was all sleeping cars. And then we had the Spirit of Progress, which was all coaches.
So something about
Come
the
on, yeah,
El
they did one
Capitan. Yeah, something about the El Capitan and the Chief. Santa Fe would advertise those on their box cars. And Walthers recently has made a huge goof on their box cars, on their decals.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
of all companies, Walthers. Because their box cars say Santa Fe, the Chief, and it'll say right under it, an all-coach passenger service. And then they have another one that says the El Capitan, and under it says an all-Pullman service. Like, they got it backwards.
They got that.
And I don't think it was actually Walthers in, I think they're in Minnesota? I don't think it was them. I think it was when they had their stuff outsourced in China. The Chinese messed up on it.
Yeah.
But Craig
Because,
at the
Catherine
hobby
had
shop
them in the blue
showed it
boxes
to me.
there.
Good night, CSX GE ET44AC. You have a good one, buddy.
Cascade.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, Drew Dude, he's right. Shasta Daylight and the Cascade, same route. One was day, the other was night.
Yeah.
There was another one
Geez, I'm gonna.
that was like that because one was the Lark,
CSX.
and I think the other one was the Coast Daylight.
Yeah, you got me on all that.
Like
Okay.
okay. In Florida. I'm talking about the ones that go down to Florida.
Yeah, the only one that I know that goes to
Okay.
Florida from New York City is the Orange Blossom Special.
No, there were two. Orange Blossom Special was operated by Seaboard.
What's the
And it
Q,
went
Jason?
more inland. Then you had the Atlantic Coast Line, it had its service, and it went through basically holding the coast. And there was another one that went through the middle of which Amtrak is still running to this day, but I just can't think of the names of them. Actually, Amtrak runs both of the services. Two of the
Gotcha.
original, or the three services. The Orange Blossom stopped operation in mid late 60s. The Orange Blossom Special was finished. Oh God, I've got to have a look at it now. I'm gonna have to Google it now. I can't think of it. What?
Heath,
on
it says
like
when he looks up Orange
What?
Blossom Special, all he gets the Johnny Cash song.
Yeah, good song. Right.
Well, so the original Orange Blossoms train, it actually had a Camelback steam engine on the front of the steam engine when it first started running. And it graduated its way up to the diesel. Like I got the colour scheme here with, now let me get the colours. When they went streamlining, when they streamlined their cars, they went to this colour scheme. They went to this colour scheme. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And yeah, this was a Seaboard one, which they actually done a switch over in Washington. Because Pennsylvania, Penny Central did they'd done the engine swap there in Washington because they couldn't go all the way through. I think they'd done 2 engine swaps along the way between the 2 cities.
Ooh, 4 Chicago to New York trains must be different railroads.
Cardinal is one.
Yeah, because they still use that one today.
Yeah, that still runs. Empire Builder?
No,
still
Empire
runs.
Builder went to Seattle.
Oh, I did. Hang on, no, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know the East Coast passengers as well as the West Coast passengers.
Well, out of the 4, 3 still run as well. One goes up the North Way, goes up through, connects with the Boston service. What they call that one, that runs around the river. There was the old, of course I can't think of it. Because I can't think of anything at the moment. These drugs are no good.
2 of the most famous trains ever.
The Broadway Limited. Broadway Limited is one of them. Broadway Limited is one of them. Cardinal was the second one. And I can't think of the one that runs on the the Hudson.
It's the tank engine.
Hey,
Okay, Broadway Limited. Okay.
can't think of that. Because it wasn't the New York Central that
Century
went along
something?
The, which one was it that went along the
What is it? The Century Limited, or I don't know.
20th century?
20th century.
That was one of them, but that one don't run anymore. 20th century is 20th century limited. That's right. Yeah, but that one doesn't run anymore.
2 railroads that competed from New York Central to Chicago in passenger service. I would assume one of those would be the B&O or Chessie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the biggest competitors was New York Central and Pennsylvania. What do they call it?
Penn Central.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, the Pennsy.
Them 2 were the ones that. Yeah.
Yeah, those 2 merged and formed the Penn Central. Yeah. All right, so let's see if Split Rock can get this one. Name me 2 passenger trains that went from St. Louis to Dallas. From St. Louis, Missouri to DFW.
Ooh.
One of those, I'll give you a hint. One of those is still used today. The other one, good luck.
Was it? I don't know. Sunset Limited, that goes to Florida.
Texas Eagle is one of them. Steve Earle actually did a song on that. Let's see if anyone can figure out the second one.
I'll be back in. I'm hearing noises. Just give me a sec.
Nope, it's not the Katy Flyer. That was from Kansas City to Dallas. Not St. Louis. All right, I'll give you another hint. It has to do with that railroad right there.
The Cotton Belt.
Yeah, it was a Cotton Belt train.
Choo-choo.
But that's not what it was called. It actually had a name.
Oh, hang on. We were just talking
I don't
about
think the
other week.
Frisco ran to St. Louis. I know the Frisco ran to Kansas City, which is on the opposite side of the state, but not St. Louis.
Was it a
If
rock? No,
if
it was
if the
rock.
Katy or the Frisco did run to St. Louis,
That was
then they would have ran from St. Louis over to Kansas City down to Texas. But they didn't. I don't think they had a direct passenger from
did they?
one or the other.
No. No, I think they changed maybe power this and connected onto another train to go through. If I remember rightly. I can't remember.
All right.
Lakeshore, that's the one. Lakeshore still operating.
All right. So I just typed the answer in there. The Cotton Belter.
The Morning Star. Of course.
Morning Star. Yep, that was it. And then the Cotton Belt also had another passenger. They had another one that went from Memphis to Dallas, and that was called the Lone Star.
Yeah. But those are two that Amtrak pulled out, didn't they? I know they pulled the Morning Star out.
Yep. So and something else, we've actually got a person in this room, or not, well, in the chat, who has named his channel after a passenger train. And I know about that one too.
Now you got it sinking, haven't you? I'm going to go back and hit the books again, I think.
Okay, so the Katy and the Frisco had a joint train called the Texas Special, St. Louis to Dallas, San Antonio. So that must have went from St. Louis to Kansas City. down because I know it didn't come through Arkansas, which would have been a more direct route.
Hmm.
Yep, Heath is the winner. So, Robert, Flying Crow, was that Louisiana and Arkansas, or was that KCS? I think it was LNA. Okay, so it was KCS's.
Jeez, this weather is really starting to mess up the internet here.
What Louisville and Nashville train ran along the Gulf Coast? That one I don't know. It's a bird.
There's one train that would be nice to get made up. I don't know if anyone ever seen it. That was the Florida Fun Train.
No, Texas Eagle went from St. Louis to Dallas. Hummingbird, okay.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, the Silver Meteor and the Silver Star. There's two of them. Orange Blossom Special was another one.
I would say that would be Shay's in scale is the answer to that one. Hey Shay, I mean, don't feel bad. At first, you know, with my channel being the Train Freak, I didn't own a model of a locomotive that got dubbed or nicknamed the Freak, so I had Nathan DeLay make me one. So if you want a cheap Shay, I'm sure you could talk to Nathan.
Oh, is that actually the city of New Orleans?
Do what?
Kyle said, what Illinois Central train ran from Chicago to New Orleans? I don't know. Does it actually name the city of New Orleans?
Yeah, city of New Orleans. Yeah, it's an easy
there's
one.
a song in there somewhere.
There you go. Silver Star is the other one.
Shay, okay, so Shay wants to see my Freak locomotive. Hold on. Now keep in mind it's a Nathan DeLay special made out of pop cans, but that's it.
Oh, sweet.
It was the first cab. It was a model of the first cab Ford ever made from the North Pacific Coast Railroad, and it was supposed to be a 440, so it's an American type. But the cab was on the front instead of being like this. They put the cab on the front, and the railroad employees called it the Freak because it was the first cab forward, so they said it looked like a freak. So that's how it got nicknamed the Freak. So yeah.
That's pretty neat.
So like I said, Shay, if you want a Shay very bad and it doesn't have to operate, just contact Nathan DeLay. He might make you one.
That Freak almost looks like the Garrett.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And here's my other. This is my other one that I got from Nathan. I won that one in a contest.
Sparky and
But-
Nathan. Okay.
Made out of pop cans.
Pretty good. You know, I seen the city of Miami, yeah. Because what was that? What was it? Sunset Limited is the one that goes from Miami. Used to go from Miami to LA, wasn't it? That was one of the trains that used to operate too. Yeah. I'm real rusty at the moment.
All right, so here's one.
Our main common passenger train. Yeah.
What about the passenger train that ran from Cincinnati to New Orleans?
Oh, count me out of that one. Can I find a friend?
See if anyone in the chat knows. Yep, Cincy to New Orleans.
Ah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got that wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the Southern Crescent. It goes from New York to New Orleans. And that never runs on time. Boris can't sleep. He's back again.
That's a good one. I don't know if the Norfolk and Western Southerner went that route or not. I'm going to have to look that one up.
No matter. Because I know they do the Crescent, which is still going. The Southern did. Southern operated it. That actually went from New York to New Orleans.
Yeah, I'm not.
Now it's just called the Crescent. Because I've got that one in the app. I've got that in both.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that one.
Which one? The Crescent?
So the one that went from Cincy to New Orleans was the Pan American. It was a Louisville, Nashville, or an L&N train.
Yeah. Because with the Crescent, because I'm modeling basically what went to Spartanburg, the Crescent was the main one that went through. I've got the Amtrak Phase 1 and 2 cars for it, and the current cars that are going through that are used on the Crescent. And it's all one level, it's not bi-level cars. There's no Superliner cars on it. So I've got both versions of that. I do, when I get a bigger room and place, I might actually do the original southern version of it, what Southern Railroad used to use as a Southern Crescent. Because they had the Pullman, the old heavyweight Pullman cars, and then you had the Streamline cars. Who knows, by the time I settle it down, they won't be available anymore. That's affordable. Well, you had the EL, you had the AN class, and let's see, you had the 44 class and the 38 class made for express. Oh, diesels now.
Oh, that's funny.
The S class was a good one. Well, he did say diesels. He didn't mention what country they did he?
Oh, I could name so many. I could name so many. I mean, you of course you had, you got the original Alco PA. That's your first ones.
Yeah.
You've got EMD's E units, all the different types of E units. But some railroads used what was called FP, FP units. Cotton Belt had a FP7.
Well, so did Southern Pacific. They used them too.
No, Southern Pacific had E units. Yeah,
No,
SP had E units.
Didn't
they
the folks
also
in the
use
B&O
FP.
use a lot of F units?
Yeah.
The E units.
No,
Now
also
Cotton
used
Belt.
FP7 units.
Okay, Cotton Belt also had some RS3s that had steam generators installed. So an Alco RS3 would be another one. Let's see. There was also a GP7P as well. Okay, so SP did have SP7s as well. Okay. I thought Cotton Belt was the only one that... No, Cotton Belt was the only one that had the Jeep 7 or the Jeep 7P. That's what it was.
Right.
Never mind.
They're the only ones that had Jeep 7s.
Yeah. Cotton Belt was the only one that had a Jeep 7 in daylight. Let's see here. You got a GP40P because I've got one of those, an SD45P. Pretty much any model of EMD and you put a P on the end, that means it's got a steam generator attached to it. So
you got a P generator on the end of it, yeah.
okay, so that they had steam generators, those types are not specifically built for passenger service, just adapted. Okay, that's true. So I would say the Alco PAs and PBs, EMD E8 or the E units, the A's and B's. So Drew dude, so SP had one through their subsidiary. The Cotton Belt had one GP7 and it was for passenger and it was painted in daylight. So SP did not have any GP7s. Cotton Belt was the only one that had one. TNO didn't have any either. Now, of course, SP and Cotton Belt did have a slew of Jeep 9s. Let's see. What would be the other one? Doesn't Baldwin have a unit for passenger?
Baldwin. Yes, they did.
It's not the Shark Nose, is it?
They did do one in Sharknose, yes.
I know one. I know one. I totally forgot this one. The Aero Train. You can't forget about the Aero Train. It was specific for passenger. Split work. Were you including the Aero Train as one of them? Yeah, DL 109.
So we got a DL class here that was designed to pull the Indian Pacific across from Sydney to Perth, and had a high power weight ratio to it in the EL. And they also had a backup generator in case the generator car failed. You see, all our passenger trains here got their own generator cars, but I had to maintain it across the speed of 110, 120 kilometers an hour, which is about 27 or 80 miles an hour. SDP 45, yeah.
SDP 45s. I know SP had a few of those that they ran on the commuter service trains out in California.
And Santa Fe had some too, didn't they?
I don't know if Santa Fe did.
The FP 45s they did.
Yeah, yeah. See, Drew dude, he seconds me on that one. That SP had the SDP 45s.
Yeah. The FP 45s, I think. Yeah, the FP 45s. Santa Fe had them. Santa Fe or Burlington Northern? Because Amtrak ended up having acquire some of that gear.
Yeah.
FP 45s, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, maybe not.
Rio Grande, maybe? The SDP 45s, maybe Rio Grande?
That's a possibility.
Mopac is another one I could think of that might have it. Or Western Pacific. I could see Western Pacific having it, running them between, Seattle and Portland.
Well, I got two of them. do I get half a point for that one?
Okay.
Thomas?
He said it's Great Northern had it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any models of the SDP 45s, but I do have a GP 40P. I do have one of those.
I swear I had a Louisville National model that had. There was one, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I've got to get some FP. I've got to get a couple of updated Athlon FP 45s while I still can too, with the new Tsunami 2 chips in them. So at least that I've got something to haul my phase 1 and 2 passenger trains. USDP.
That I don't know.
Oh, it was on the eastern seaboard somewhere. I can't think now.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that one, Split Rock.
New Haven? Was New Haven, Thomas? I think that would have been the I think that was New Haven. Because it did have some areas where they were doing diesel services still.
Split Rock, that's not much of a hint. Dave said a lot of stuff earlier.
Can I talk a lot?
Okay, so if we want to get with like locomotives, who was the only railroad? Split Rock, you're not allowed to answer this one. Who was the only railroad to have an Alco Century 855? Let's see who can.
Pacific.
Yeah. Who?
Union Pacific.
Are you sure?
No.
You're right. UP was the only one that had that locomotive. And they were such junk. And that's why Alco only made 3 of them. And they all went to UP. UP bought them as a set, as an ABA set.
Mm.
And UP said they were such junk, Alco never made another one.
Yeah, they were that. That was one of those ugly looking things, weren't they?
Yeah. All right. What 2 railroads had the Cross Maffei? And I know Drew Dude's going to get one of them.
Cross Maffei.
Yeah, Cross Maffei. They're German locomotives.
Rio Grande and some Pacific.
Yep, that's it. Rio Grande. Yep. DRGW and SP.
Not bad for an outsider, anyway.
All right, so who got them first?
I'd say Southern Pacific got them first.
No, Rio Grande.
Oh, no, bummer. Well, we'll only get half the point then.
I think Rio
They
Grande
were
got them
called-
first. I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, those Cross Maffeis were junk.
Well, mind you, our little 70 class switches that we had, they were hydraulic and they ran pretty good down here. They had a few little teething problems at the start, but they managed to they were perfect with switching duties around here. That sounds interesting, doesn't it?
Do what?
Andy Ambrose, he got himself a Rapido turbo liner. You can't put yourself around the layout. That's interesting.
Hmm.
Oh. Oh. Well, that'd be right. All noise and can't see it. So I've got an air show going on here and I can't see the plane. It's too overcast. Yeah. But you guys had so many different railroad companies over there, and it was like just trying to keep track of them all and who's merging with who and who took over who and what still exists, what doesn't exist.
Yeah. What is
Not that
Dave
big.
doing?
I don't know.
Well, I
Dave,
don't-
you still awake there, buddy?
Playing around here in the yard.
Are you switching cars in and out?
Pretending like I know how.
He's in a 5-finger shunt. The 5-finger DCC system.
No comment. No comment.
Now, see, now you got to get a camera over by the yard so that way we can watch you do yard maneuvers.
Sounds good.
So that way, when you're not, having a train go around the layout, you've got a, an angle positioned on the yard.
Yeah, but
I'm working on it.
He's putting him in the corner there picking his nose.
What do you say? Speak English, man. Nobody knows what the hell you're saying.
What CNO train ran from Cincy to DC? It's a president's name.
George Washington.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say it's Washington, yeah. George Washington. No, that one ran out of, that went from New York, Washington to New York, up
We're
to
trying to get used to these.
Chicago. That was the capital. Yeah. You know, that's
Yeah,
probably,
UP 4141 is the George H.W. Bush, but I don't think that's the CNO train that Kyle's talking about.
no.
But Dave got it. Yeah, George Washington. Was it George Washington?
Yeah.
Okay.
That went to the wrong though. That went sort of like southwest, didn't it? That went to southwest to St. Louis from Chicago, didn't it? Jason?
Do what?
The Rock Island one, the rocket, that used to go from Chicago down to St. Louis, didn't it?
Yeah, Rock Island had a lot of different passenger trains called the Rocket. They had one that went from Memphis to, I think it was like Oklahoma City. And it was called the Memphis Rocket.
Yeah.
They had one that went down to Houston called the Houston Rocket. Rock Island, I think, only had one passenger train that was not named a Rocket, and it was called the Golden State.
Mm. Yeah. It's a shame that they it's a shame they end up going the way they did. Now those are times, eh?
Yeah, Drew, dude. So that the Rock Island and the SP co-operated the Golden State.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then once when the Rock Island went bankrupt, the Cotton Belt actually acquired that route from the Rock Island from Chicago down to El Paso. And that was the actual interchange. El Paso, Texas was the actual interchange between the Rock Island and the SP.
Yeah. But didn't they go bankrupt twice? Rock Island, they went from Rock Island to the Rock. Then it completely shut down after that, didn't it? With Rock Island.
That's, I think.
If I remember rightly, the Rock Island was went into Chapter 11 and they formed the Rock that acquired the Rock Island assets, and that's when it actually failed after that.
Well,
They just didn't
so
have the money to do maintenance and everything else on it.
well, when the Rock Island went bankrupt, their assets and their trackage didn't all go to the same railroad. It actually split several different directions.
Yeah, it did.
Chicago Northwestern acquired some of their stuff. UP acquired some of it, and Cotton Belt SP acquired some of it. But I know as far as the actual route that went from, El Paso up to Chicago, Cotton Belt got most of that route, which was weird because, when you think of the Cotton Belt, you're thinking East St. Louis, Illinois down to Tyler, Texas. through Arkansas. That was the Cotton Belt route. That that's why it's not the Cotton Belt Railroad. It's the Cotton Belt route, because it was just mainly one straight long line, but they had a whole bunch of subs that diverted off of it. And then but that Cotton Belt didn't have any passenger trains in the 60s, 70s, or 80s, so that's why they didn't carry it on. I don't know if the SP carried it the whole way or not. So
No, I think they
Thanks,
did
Laura.
description. Yeah. Yeah, no.
because see,
I know.
19
Yeah.
I think it was 1980 is when Rock Island went bankrupt.
And then, closed it off for the last time. Yeah.
Now there
When did they go
was
to that bankrupt scheme? Wasn't the powder blue with the R? Wasn't that like the
Yeah.
bankrupt colors or something? They used to call it.
so for those
Something
who like
that, I don't know.
Rock Island, it'd be
I
the
like
blue.
those colors. I like those colors better than their black and red or whatever color they used to run.
Now, my favorite with the Rock Island is the maroon. It's not the red and yellow, but it's the maroon and silver.
Good night, Mandy.
So the Rock Island,
look.
right before their bankruptcy, actually created a separate entity in Arkansas, and made it a subsidiary, I guess, to help them, with tax purposes. And I'm trying to find a picture of it because they called it the Little Rock.
Yeah, because that was going to say they were initially we're going to use that to save the bacon, but it all fell to pieces.
Yeah, it was a little too late. That's kind of
Yeah.
what it said.
But I mean, they were pioneer of their day too when they first
Okay.
started. I mean, it was one of the original American railroad companies there.
That's what I was going to say. I thought maybe Clinchfield. I don't know about CNO. UP had.
No, I don't think
Challenger.
Clinchfield had. I don't think Clinchfield did have any passenger trains.
No, somebody asked, Kyle asked earlier about Challenger style locomotives.
Oh yeah, Clinchfield did have. They had, I think, 4. Clinchfield had it on the coal duties.
So challengers would have been Clinchfield, UP, and Rio Grande.
Yeah. But I think their tenders was. I think the Clinchfield's tender was smaller than the normal SPs.
Yep, I found the picture I was looking for.
Oh, you found it?
Yep. So
Yeah.
So- on their subsidiary, what they would end up doing is take that and they would actually paint Little on it to make it the Little Rock. And they had I think one caboose and a couple of locomotives.
Well, that was a cheap way of doing it, wasn't it? Instead of doing a whole brand new color scheme, yeah. Look how many millions of dollars it cost to repaint the fleet.
But that's what they did.
Oh, we're going to go for a change. We're going to rebrand everything. It's going to cost us $10 million, but we've only got $2 million in our wallet.
Hey, I'll tell y'all this. For those who like scratch building,
Yeah.
for those who actually want to scratch build a bridge and make it prototypical, this book's actually got blueprints.
Really?
Yeah. Oh.
But I mean, it's a nice book. It's but that's it.
Yeah.
It's not a bad one.
That's another
Yeah.
one. Yeah. I want to finish.
So
I want to finish this little.
Yeah, Western Maryland was another one.
Steam washing unit we had down here at the Steelworks. It actually had a boiler over steam engine on it with a water tank, looked like a tank engine. And all they did was build up the hot water pressure out of that to clean up the ladles and whatnot, the ladles and some of the pits and that with it. It was only a little four-wheeler. I started, but I never finished it. I'm going to have to finish it one day.
See this one here, I
Probably
haven't even opened this book. Someone brought this to the library and donated it. And one day somebody
Oh, wow.
put it in my mailbox at work. I haven't even opened it yet.
Well, I had one of them. That's the missing
I don't
one.
know. I might give that one away. I don't know. And then I have this one too.
Nice.
This
Nah,
this one's helping me out quite a bit.
Not for your area. But it's amazing how many of those passenger trains used to interchange with each other and connect onto another one to make one big long passenger train into the city.
And see, like I was saying earlier, I was telling Split Rock that Cotton Belt used, RS3s
Hmm.
to
Yeah.
run to run passengers. I don't know
Yeah,
if,
so the
if that's,
RSCs. So they use this. We had the Australian version of the RS3, and then they upgraded into these ones. There's a little bit more horsepower. About 900,000 to 1,200 horsepower in these ones. They went everywhere.
well, they use the RS3s for the short passenger runs. They used the
Yeah.
two Alco PAs for the Morning Star route. And then they ran they had a FP7, which I think that one was assigned to the Tyler Tap. And then they had that GP7, which I think was assigned to Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yeah. This one here that I showed is a cross between an RS3 and a what they call them, the Alco S4s.
So I don't know if this book actually has a picture of that Jeep 7 or not that I was talking about. Is Drew Dude still in here?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if Drew Dude is still in here or
In
not.
a while.
Hey, North American Trains, welcome.
Hey, bud.
Hey, how you doing, North American Train?
Yeah.
There's your dude. Hey, what's up? He's in here still.
No, he's still up. He's still here.
Drew Dude, do you ever check out a website called sb.railfan.net and it's ESPEE? If you haven't checked that site out, since you're an SP modeler, that might be some benefit for you.
No, I don't think they had it either, no. Split Rock, I guess they had some crazy electric engines and whatnot. It's amazing how they got rid of all those electric motive power from all over North America and over here for freight trains.
All right, so Somebody asked me if the cotton belt ever had any doodle bugs. And they did. I'm trying to find the right one though. Because they called it the jitney.
Yes, Thomas, that was an Alco, yeah. Yeah, it's about 900. That one there is phase one. It's got 900 horsepower and it's used for both passenger and freight.
Okay. It's going to be hard to tell because it's all in black and white, but doodle bug right there. Some people were like,
It's like what they had down the south.
now they had some doodle bugs that had a rounded front too, like this one. So Drew, if you go on the sbrailfan.net website, look up the locomotive index, and you'll see that Jeep 7 I was telling you about. It's in there. Put that book up. Man, it's almost midnight.
So it's about o'clock. There you go. Here's the MD version of this one. 1200 horsepower, 900 to 1000 horsepower. That's the MD version of the 48 class in New South Wales. Yes, I think there's still about 6 of these left over. But the ones that I showed before, they made, what, 125, I think, for the 48 class. They were going to scrap them, but they found they're too valuable to scrap, and they've been made in 1967, 68. Still going strong.
So, Artie, when it comes to the Rock Island, this one is one of my favorite schemes.
Yeah, that's a nice scheme. Yeah. Yeah.
Some of them would have pinstriping along the sides. Some of them would have maroon trucks with maroon, tank and stuff. Some of them were all silver on the bottom. It was like the whole group did not look exactly the same. So like when they ordered like 20 RS1s, all 20 of them did not have the exact same paint to them.
Probably a different shape.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I got a friend of mine. I've got some friends up Chicago, up towards New Atlantic, southwest of Chicago, and their father and grandfather worked for the Rock Island as engineers.
Oh, cool.
For many, many years. Next time I get over, I'm still good friends with one of them. I'll probably be able to get some of the old photos that they got from their father that passed away about 3-4 years ago. And we're talking about getting them scanned and whatnot and sharing amongst everybody else, because there's some of the things we'll never see again, So yeah. Probably it won't happen next trip, but it will happen once I get over there or something. Just start doing something. Yeah, I suppose I better look at getting some dinner. Yeah. Don't know who's our mate. Dave, you still alive there, Dave? No, he's muted. He's strange, he's still running. I know what, he's going to eat Jack.
So, yeah, see, now
At
he
least
could
it's
just do that.
running fast.
Yeah, he could just leave it running 24/7, have a 24/7 live feed going on.
Yeah. Yeah, and knowing his luck would be like my luck. Soon you turn your back on them, they'll do all funny stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
No, Shay, I figured Shay would want the largest Shay out of all of the Shays out there because your name is Shay.
oh, you gotta get big. Shay, you gotta get big. We're not saying fat, we're saying we've got to have big. We've got to have the biggest body power possible.
I mean, if
No,
you
right,
want
Jason?
big, you would probably want to go big boy.
Oh, I got a big boy.
Or probably the most insane wheel class would be, was it I think the Erie. I think the Erie was the one who had it. They called it the triplex.
Yeah. Yeah. The Hungarians actually had a good steam engine. It was a tank engine, a steam engine. It was an O12O or O14O. It was a big thing, and it basically got to a point where the actual wheels underneath had to articulate itself.
So
It was a 12, yeah. O12O. Tank engine. No tender, just a tank engine.
now Russia attempted to build the biggest steam locomotive, non-articulated, and it was a flop.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a straight up flop.
But
Okay, so Erie and the Virginian had the triplexes.
yeah.
Shay, you walked yourself into that one, dude. Actually, Kyle walked you into that one.
Mm-hmm.
So you can blame that one on Kyle.
Too many legs, not enough steam. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
But well, yeah, look, I read it. The one that was up in Hungary used to have to go up there a lot of big steep grades. I don't know if there's still an example left of it, but there was an example left then in southern parts of Hungary, towards the former Yugoslavian border. But after all the finding of that, I don't know if it's still there or not.
Oh, Split Rock, that's an easy one for me. That's an easy one, and I wish it was up and running status, but it's not.
What, the Allegheny?
No, Cotton Belt's 819. It was one of the reasons as to why the Blue Streak Fast Freight became what it was. And then I got to ride it the last year.
Oh.
So that it ran. So I got to ride behind it. So yeah, that's an easy one for me. Now, if you would say what's my second most favorite steam engine, I would probably pick the SP 4449.
Yeah. My favorite American engine is. Yeah, that's a hard one. They're all pretty good. I suppose the T1 would be one of my favourites.
Yeah.
That was Chesapeake and Ohio. I'll say that would have been one of my favourites. But I love 484s.
So I'm trying to think. One of the most UP had one that was pretty interesting. it was a 3-piston steam locomotive. I don't know how many they had, but I'm thinking it was a 4. See, now I have to look it up. I can't remember the exact wheel class on it.
Hey, I'm not really a steam fan, so I don't really know.
Yeah.
I have ridden on the nickel plate 765. That's pretty cool, but
Okay, it was a 410-2. 410-2 had the 410-2 had the 3 Calsan 412-2.
Yeah, so T1's 210-4. It's the other way around.
Well, Calsan a 412-2. I just looked it up. It said 3-cylinder steam locomotives. So, okay, they had 410-2s and 412-2s.
So we had two lots of steam engines here. One is the old 50 class and I think it was definitely a 35 class steam engine. There was about 4 classes here that had 3 pistons in them. They were pretty good. Yeah, the Berkshires are nice. Yeah.
So, Craig at the hobby shop's got one of the UP 9000 classes.
Yeah.
And his has got sound. It came with sound. I think it was a daggum, what brand was it? It was either like an MTH HO or it was a Broadway Limited, whichever one made that model with the sound. And it just sounded interesting as it's going around the track because you're not hearing, chuff, chuff. It's like, like it's, you could typically count it out like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It just sounded different.
Yeah. See, we had like our streamline train here, 3801. The boiler that was made here, but the chassis was made out of the US, and actually was made out in Cleveland, there by Dave's, apparently. And it was shipped over. Now, there was supposed to have been 39 built, but it was only 38 built. The
Okay.
39th one is actually sitting on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean because it fell off. The chassis fell off the ship in the storm coming across. So and it was sitting on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. That was done. It was shipped over during the Second World War. So they're just getting bits and pieces where they could to get an express steam engine put together. In the 59 class, the one that you see in the video, the big black one in my video, the one that goes down the railway crossing, that was all, apart from the tender, that whole engine was off the shelf from the US. That was brought over. The rest of them we were made by ourselves. So, yeah. Anyway, people, I'm going to go out and call it quits.
Yeah, I'm fixing to myself. But no, the last steam locomotive I was going to say that, is also one of my favorites are, of course, the Southern Pacific Cab Forge. You can't forget about the AC. I think it's like all the AC models except for the AC9. The AC9, I think, was the only one that was not a cab forward. So, and a lot of those.
Yeah.
So yeah, 482s are mountains.
So they got a lot of that idea from the Swiss. Those cab forwards. Because they had a lot of that, they had a lot of their equipment and a lot of these engines over there that actually had the cabs up the front. So the drivers would suffocate through the long tunnels.
That is the reasoning, but they got their inspiration from that guy.
The Garrett.
Yeah. Yeah, the freak.
Here, I'm gonna actually find you the real picture. The freak train.
See, somebody put MTH up there. So, yeah, Split Rock. I don't know much about Steam. I just know I've ridden that nickel plate Berkshire 765. And it's pretty sweet. You see it running. I got a video up there somewhere on the channel. But I shouldn't say I'm not a fan of Steam. I don't know enough about it.
Okay, I'm gonna do a screen share.
Yeah. If you
State Power's coming back.
what brands do you guys recommend as far as
Hey Dave, I got a screen share up. There you go.
as far as manufacturers for the for steam locomotives? That's pretty neat.
Okay.
Yep, that is the
Yeah.
first cab Ford, and that's where Southern Pacific got its inspiration.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nathan did a pretty bang up job getting that pretty close.
Yeah, Nathan
They're
did,
making it out of pop cans for crying out loud.
yeah, Nathan didn't do too bad.
No, heck no. It's just right there, man. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe you make those out of pop cans. It's crazy.
Yeah, this one was Mountain Dew.
Well, hey, you know.
And I've got just a little bit of your nutritional facts, but not enough to tell you anything.
Yeah.
So
That's called recycling.
yeah, he did a real good job on that one.
Okay. It's hard to go wrong with Athearn. Genesis.
Athearn Genesis is really, really good stuff. That's no lie.
What about, like, I've heard a lot about Broadway Limited for Steam.
So
What about MTH?
I've got one Broadway Limited for Steam, and it's okay. It's my cab Ford.
I understand. What is your cab Ford? I know you have one.
It's a Broadway Limited. It's got the Paragon 2 in it.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking I might have burnt up the smoke unit.
Oh, no.
I think I accidentally left my layout on overnight, and it doesn't want to smoke. So
Yeah.
I think it might be burned up.
Yeah, have you seen
MTH-HO, they've made a few steamers, and MTH is really good too. The only thing about MTH and Broadway Limited is their electronics is all proprietary.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Split Rock is absolutely 100% spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think? Do you think Scale Trains is actually going to do some steam out of their MTH, blueprints or whatever the hell you want to call it? Molds? They'll probably put ESU in it, though, because that's what they run.
So, me personally, if any manufacturer, I don't care who it is, Walder, Scale Trains, Athearn, if it doesn't come with Tsunami 2 sound, which is soundtracks,
Right.
then I'm just going to buy the DCC ready version. Because that way, I'm going to put soundtracks in it. I'm going to spend less money doing it that way than buying it with sound. 'Cause, I mean, I'm honestly not a fan of ESU. The horn just sounds so tinny to me. It just doesn't sound good. The prime mover sound is great, but it's just something about that horn. It's just so weak. And I know a lot of people are like, well, ESU, you can go and, get the programmer and you can upload your sounds and whatnot. You get soundtracks. Guess what? Soundtracks comes with all the sounds you're ever going to need.
Yeah.
You're not going to need any sounds. All you got to do is just go in there and choose which one you want.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. But I've got ESU as well, mainly in Australian models, but there's some of the ones
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
just-
run for a long time, the programming ones, they lose their memory
Yeah.
if you don't don't keep the cars up.
I just know guys have been clamoring to do a 4-axle for one, and then to do steam for another.
Well,
I'm
one
sure
of the,
eventually they will get those out.
you know, and MTH was actually ahead of Broadway Limited or BLI
Yeah.
because MTH made the first not smoking steam locomotive, but the smoking whistle.
Yeah.
When you blow the whistle, you still got the smoke coming out of the smokestack, but now you got it coming out of the whistle too. And I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty sweet. Well,
Drew, dude, you talking about the ESU 21 pin decoders? Because Soundtracks has them as well.
yeah, they do. Just
Well, I
get them
think
on
they're going to
those
easier work the
and-
Soundtracks one than the ESU
Yeah.
one, because with the ESU one, I was too scared that I'm going to wipe out the sound file.
Yeah.
You get some of them and you don't know now, is this the one that's programmed or not? And I have. I've accidentally wiped the sound file on them too. It's like, no. Look, they're not a bad decoder as a silent decoder, you know, but sound decoder, well, I'm pretty much moving away from it. Because I just want everything to have the one, just want to go for a one type of decoder in all my engines, because then they don't have to remap them, don't have to do nothing to it, just install them and off I go.
See, one of the things that I program in all of my locomotives that's got Tsunami 2 is I disable the manual notching, I disable the auto startup, and I enable engine interlock as long as digital dynamic exhaust. So I can have 20 locomotives sitting on the layout. You don't hear the prime movers unless you hit you turn it on, function 5 to turn it on. Then the other thing is, if you got one of the throttles that's got like a Cabo 6, for example, that's got the potentiometer,
Yeah.
if you accidentally bump it on a locomotive that's not started, it won't move. So you don't have to worry about a train moving that's not supposed to be moving.
Yeah.
But the main reason why I program it that way is disabling the auto notching and enabling digital dynamic exhaust. The decoder is detecting the amp stalls on the motor, and it notches based on how much amp stall is being used. So the harder the motor works inside the locomotive, the higher it's going to notch the sound of the prime mover up. And then when the motor is no longer working hard, it notches back down. And it doesn't matter what speed step you're at. It's based on how hard is that motor working, which is as prototypical as can be. Because you're not going to have a locomotive in real life running 20 miles an hour, on notch 8 by itself. But if it's got, if it's pulling 100 cars and it's, 20 miles per hour, it could be at notch 7 or notch 8, because it's pulling that heavy load. So, yes, and Soundtracks is also all USA made. Their components are not. However, they do get all their components in and assemble all of their decoders on site. They repair all their decoders on site as well. That was one of the coolest things that I actually got to partake in 2017 when I went through my dealer training and got to watch them actually make some PMP boards. It was really cool. So,
But the one thing I liked about Soundtracks is no messing around with the warranty.
no, yeah,
Soundtracks
Soundtracks' warranty is good.
And bang, bang, bang. There was no messing around, no BS with it, with the ESU, you run around and then got to translate it into English and everything else, and go to your local dealer and go, like with NCE. I mean, okay, I can get the NCE component, but my local dealer here is, I want more
Well,
on about
and-
this.
And the other cool thing about soundtracks is they have been around for 30 years.
That's right.
So, I mean, you think about it, they're like one of the pioneer companies for sound. They're really big into the NMRA. They feel like that no matter what company out there, that all the CVs need to be the same. There needs to be some type of standards on that.
I second that. I like that idea.
Oh, absolutely. But you've got some companies out there like ESU, for example, that are not part of the NMRA, don't want to be a part of it, but yet they want to push their stuff as a standard.
Yeah, right.
And a lot of people
Yeah.
don't know that. And that's not really to knock on ESU, I mean, it's facts, because I'm trying to think like TCS, Wow Sound, they're part of NMRA. So if you go and look at the CV values and whatnot, a mass majority of them, not like the basic, ones like your momentum and speed steps and things like that, or addressing, but go to like, way beyond, like you get into like the 200s and the 300s up into the 500s, especially when you have to start using indexes. You'll see that some of the manufacturers' CVs are similar. And then you got some that are just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Drew Dude, I do sell decoders. I do installs as well, but I will be honest with you. If you're just trying to buy, I'm not going to be your cheapest bet. So some of the online shops get better discounts than I do. So they can offer it cheaper. But now if you need me to do an install, then yeah, I can definitely hook you up. But I do sell them if you're interested. So
Anyway, I better go and get my Indian done, guys. Thanks for having me on, Dave. Jason, I'll
Yeah.
talk to you later on, bud.
all right. Yeah, see, Flying Crow,
Well, that
TCS soundtrack CVs are mostly the same, and that's because they're both involved in the NMRA. So,
I'll let my
all right,
show on
Artie.
it normally tomorrow. All right.
Artie, you take care,
I'm gonna
buddy,
get
and I'll
some
see you
dinner
next
Friday.
time.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have my show. It's 8 o'clock Saturday your time, so. I'll
Yeah,
see
thanks
you
for coming
guys
in, man.
probably-
We've been on over 3 hours, man. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to be
Yeah,
up
we're getting
early.
there. We're getting there. All right. Okay, gents. Hey,
Take
Tom,
care.
I'll see you later. Take
Bye,
care.
Artie.
All right, man. We'll talk to you guys.
Next time he gets up here, he'll be clean shaven.
Yeah, I know, right? It kind of threw me when I first saw him.
I was like, that's not Artie.
Yeah.
No, I still think James at Boulder Creek, I think his beard might be just a tad bit longer than mine. So if I get mine too long, then it starts getting real nappy. So I have to kind of trim it from time to time. Drew Dude, the best place that I have seen for decoders is Iron Planet Hobbies. And if you use Heath's discount code, it gets you an extra 10% off.
and they were doing free shipping too. I don't know if that's still going on or not.
Yeah, I don't know. And then probably your next best bet would be Yankee Dabbler with Vinny's Co at 7%.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm thinking Iron Planet Hobbies is your best bet.
I still have my code for Yankee Dabbler, but it's it's 5%. You know, Vinny, you get the 7. So I mean, you do. I use Vinny's all the time myself. Bob's a good guy, but he's hard to get anything raised on that. You know, to get him to raise that up.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Vinny does. I don't know. I don't get anything back out of that. You know, when people use my code, it's just I get the same 5%, if I use my code that you would get using it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and I don't know if for those in Canada, I don't know if OVR trains sell soundtracks or not. I haven't really looked, but there's no discount code, for them.
Yeah, like Lombard has good prices on. Like I get some decent deals on like rolling stock from Lombard, and but they don't have any. I don't know of any discount codes for them. Midwest Modeler has Midwest Model Railroader has. I know of a couple codes. You got Eric Hall, IMMRO.
Yeah.
Then you also have DG Model Works, Derek Glass.
Yeah,
Too.
I use Eric's at Midwest. Burris Railfan Productions. Good night, bud. You have a good one. So Train Fan, that's a good question. I mean, here's the thing. When it comes to decoders, you're going to find a lot that's got good sound. And I mean, take Robert with Flying Crow, for example. He's got both TCS and he's got Soundtrack Tsunami 2. And I'm sure Robert would tell you that both of them sound really good. I haven't had a chance to play with the ESU Loc Sound 5s. So for me, it's not necessarily the sound, it's the features that come with it.
Yeah.
And for me, it's the amp stall, digital dynamic exhaust. That's,
Right, Burris.
Like for you, Dave, like if you got a train cruising at 30, speed steps, or you said it was at what, 32?
Yeah.
If you had Tsunami 2 in that locomotive, and instead of having it take that siding, if you were taking that main line, you would actually hear that locomotive notch up as it's going up the incline, and then it would notch down as it starts going down the other side of that hill.
Yeah.
And for me, that's what makes the sound more prototypical than, just hearing it go ding, ding, chuff, chuff, and choo, choo.
Yeah,
So,
no, I get that. This is an older Tsunami, though, so maybe that doesn't do all that. But
and that's a good point, Thomas. Speakers make a difference, and depending on what speakers you have in there, and I can't speak on behalf of the other sound decoder brands, but Soundtracks comes with a 7-band equalizer. So they've got presets on there, but you can fully customize all 7 bands. Each band is an actual CV setting, and you got so many different values to put on there. So, based on whatever speakers you put in there, you could set it how you want it to. Now, Drew Dude, I will tell you, there is a huge difference between the Tsunamis and the Tsunami 2s. So, a huge difference. Because I've got a couple of locomotives that have just the Tsunamis, and I will be ripping those out and putting 2s in there. And then, of course, Soundtracks also has their value line, which is called Economy. And so the Athearn Ready to Roll locomotives that come with sound, and all the Bachmann that come with sound, those have the Economy in there, and the sound is good. It just doesn't have all the features. So
I think the Walders have them in there too, don't they?
The older Walders Proto had Tsunamis in there, not Tsunami 2s, but Tsunamis.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I have my SD9 that was in my thumbnail on my last video about the switching puzzle. That's actually got a Tsunami 1 in it. The newer Walders, they have went with the ESU. So, and that was one thing where Soundtracks' engineering department did mess up, is, ESU was the one who came out with that 21-pin decoder, and Soundtracks was having a hard time keeping up with the PMP boards, because that's what they were mostly putting in. And so that's why Walders went away from Soundtracks to ESU. Another reason why Scale Trains went to ESU, and that was because of the 21 pin that ESU came out with. ESU, all they had to do was send the dummy boards, and they can choose to use that same dummy board, whether it's a sound locomotive or a non-sound.
Yeah.
So, and that's something George told me. He said that was a flop on their engineering department. ESU came up with a better model at the time, but Soundtrax has adopted that model. So, all their new locomotives come with a dummy board and with a 21 pin decoder.
Yeah, a little bit back in the chat, Robert was saying that you should stay with one or two types of decoders, if possible. It just makes it easier for speed matching and that. And there's
Yeah.
one thing I will say, now I don't know if it's a skill train thing or an ESU thing, but like most of anything I've ever bought, especially as long as you stay like a rivet counter, matching them together compared to like operators matching them together, they come pretty well matched right out of the box. I mean, I haven't had too much trouble matching those guys up. But I have matched different companies, different decoders. It's a pain. It really is, man. But they do.
Absolutely. And if you don't have one of those AccuTrack 2s, it's just going to make it that much tougher. So TrainFan 120's got a good question on the lighting functions.
Yeah.
So Soundtrax is actually in the process. They've had a sale. I don't know if their sale's still going on or not. But they are discontinuing all their 6 lighting function decoders because they're going to 8. I think they're 21 pins. I think they're in the process of going more than 8. One of the things George told me, because I've got a 21 pin in that U50 that a group of y'all just got me, but the lighting on it's not right. The board that's in there, they've got the top headlight, between the number boards, the nose headlight, and the class lights, all as one headlight function, and it's not right. The ones between the number boards should have a more strobe light on it, so that should be to a separate function. The class light should be to a separate function. So just on the front of that locomotive, I should have 3 lighting functions. So what George told me is he told me to get what's called a decoder buddy from Nick's Trains, which does up to 12 lighting functions if the decoder can support it. Soundtrax has not came out with the 10 or 12 lighting functions yet for their 21 pins, but I do know it's in the works. I don't know where they're at with it, but it could either be on the drafting table or it's within their engineering department to actually see if they can get it all to fit. I do know that they're working on trying to get it because George is a lighting guy. If George is one of those that will add step lights, truck lights, coupler pilot lights, platform lights, the blue light strobe in the cab. If a locomotive's got a type of light, George is going to try to find a way to put it in his locomotive. So I'm thinking the new ESU, I think what Drew Dude is saying is the new ESU 5s have 10 lighting functions. The old ESU 4s had 8. The Soundtrax Tsunami 2s have 8. But I want to say Soundtrax is looking at trying to go to 12. Only on the 21 pins.
That's cool.
Now, they do have 8s on the PMP boards. And then their TSU 2200s are also, I think those are 6s. I think those are still 6s. So
So the,
Yeah, I got some decoders in not too long ago. I got some installs to be working on, but
well, I mean, I think if you do stick with one, two at the most, like Flying Crow was saying, decoder wise, it
let's
just
say
makes
like
things easier, you know.
you take this one for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
This one here has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm using 5 lighting functions on this one here because
Yeah.
you've got your headlight, your backup light. So that's 2 right off the bat, right?
Yeah.
So these had lighted number boards, and this is an Atlas. And what Atlas did is they had a plastic piece on the inside here. So when you eliminated the headlight, it also eliminated the front number boards. Same for back here, and I didn't like that, so I broke that acrylic piece up and into 3 pieces, one for each number board, one for the headlight, and then same back here. And I wired an LED to every single number board, so those 4 are wired together as one function. I installed an LED for inside the cab and wired that up as a function. And then the last one I can actually show you because it's exterior of the cab. But right there under the cab, right under the number 4, you can see there's an LED there. And then there's one on that side too. And those are my truck lights, which I use for running nighttime operations because the railroad had those. Now, some of
I think that kind of stuff is so cool, though. You know.
Oh yeah. Now, if it's like a newer model, like classification lights, I would add in there. Some of them had platform lights. Where they would have a light, down at the bottom of the hood, down by the platform. Yeah. Some of them had them along the side. So trying to find good night shots of your prototype. And then, step lights is another one.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Now, my favorite decoder from Soundtrax is not any of the locomotive decoders. It's the Tsunami sound card. That is my favorite of all. Because now it's like, okay, now I just don't have the sound coming from the front of my train. Now I can have sound coming through my whole train.
That is pretty cool.
And, if I...
Car sound car.
Yeah, and if I hit function 12, which is, the brakes, I can change. Let's see, I think it's function 11 allows you to change it from intermediate braking to train braking. And then function 12 allows you to apply the brakes, which actually slows your train down and stops it. It's not like an emergency stop. It's, slows it down, to your deceleration rate without you having to slow, without you having to go to speed step 0. But you hear the braking noise on all of the cars that you have the sound cars on. So instead of hearing like 1 or 2 locomotives with the wheels squealing, you got 10 cars on a 30-car consist, it's kind of spread out evenly. It just sounds so much better.
So on those sound cars, I know you have one that has like plays, animal sounds and that, but does it actually play like rail car sounds?
Yeah, I've got 4. So 2 of them are in stock cars. Let's see, do I have my box car? I think my box car is over here. I don't see it. It's somewhere. So I've got one in just a box car. I've got one in a mechanical reefer. I've got 2 in stock cars. And so the sound cars, they're the size of an N-scale decoder. But to consist them, use a magnetic wand. So, one of these.
Yeah.
All right. And that allows you to consist it and deconsist it without having to, change CVs and things like that. They do have lighting functions in there. I can't remember if it's 6 or 8. And you can even install them in a dummy locomotive, but you really don't get the... Well, I wouldn't say a dummy locomotive, but like maybe like if you're running like a commuter train, you know, where they have like the it's got a powered unit on one end, but they have like a passenger car with the controls on the other. We don't have this stuff in Arkansas, so I can't really tell you what it is, but those out in California know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like a RDC, in other words, but it's not a RDC. You can put it in a caboose. I mean, it's basically a full-fledged decoder. It just doesn't have a prime mover, and it doesn't have motor control. That's pretty much what it boils down to.
I think it's pretty cool. I like that. I don't run any kind of stock car, so I mean, I wouldn't be in need of anything like that. But
well, you wouldn't have the cattle sound, but you get the clickety clack, you get the flange squeal. You can program a flat spot on there, so it's going pop, 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 pop as it's going down your track.
Cool. I like that. I like that aspect.
And then, like I said, I've got one in a mechanical reefer. So, mechanical reefers have, a generator that, kicks on. Well, I really don't know if you call it a generator, but, to crank the AC unit on inside the car to keep it, cold. But they're not on all the time. They're only on for like, 15 seconds and then it kicks off. And so mine does that. It'll be going down the track and all you're hearing is flange squeal and, clickety clack. And then you hear the motor kick up. And it'll, run for about 15 seconds, then it cuts off. But like if you install that in a passenger car, you might want that on the whole time.
Maybe need to install that in a truck.
Yeah, and see, Split Rock, Split Rock's using them as stationary decoders, and there's nothing wrong with that either. All you got to do is just wire the red and the black into the, whatchamacallit, into your track bus. Yep. Use a magnet, fire it up, you press F8 4 times, and then that's how the intelligent consisting works. And then to take it off, you take your wand and wipe it again. And it's really cool how the sound works, because it's like you wipe your wand over it, right? And so you hear the brakeman basically releasing the handbrake off the car. And then once you do that through every single car that you're adding, you press F8 4 times, and then you hear the air fill in the reservoirs.
Oh, that's cool.
And that lets you know that those cars are attached to your train. And then once you disconnect it, you rub, the wand over it again. And from there, you hear the brakeman crank the handbrake on the car. So he's tightening the car down. So that's a really, really cool and neat feature.
Yeah, that is cool.
The main thing I do suggest is change the address from default 3 to something else. Because if you don't, and you end up buying a brand new locomotive and you start doing sound tests, that sound car will blow a horn. It's got horn options in there. So. All right, Shay, you take care, bud.
Yeah, take it easy.
So, but here's something, when you're looking at Athearn, this is how Athearn works. Athearn's got 3 lines, technically 4, but let's say 3. They've got Roundhouse, Ready to Roll, and Genesis. Their 4th line is called Genesis 2, which is nothing but Genesis with extra detail, right? Roundhouse will not come with any sound. They might sell it with just DCC only, but not sound. If you buy a ready-to-roll model, the sound that you're going to get is Soundtraxx's Economy, which has good sound. It's just doesn't come with all the features. I've got one of those. It is a Southern Pacific SD40 in daylight, and I will be replacing that with Tsunami 2 one of these days. The Genesis and Genesis 2s, if you get sound, do come with the Tsunami 2s. So, yep,
Yeah.
and Split Rock, that is a good point. On the Tsunami sound cars, the clickety clack, the flange squeal, the flat spots, all of that, you can custom change the CVs on how often that happens. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a CVs on the clickety clack to go from 2-axle. Let's see, there's actually 4 options. You've got 2 trucks that are single axle. So like if it's like a bobber caboose, for example. So you've got that option. Then there's an option for 2 trucks, 2 axles. And then 2 trucks, 3 axles each. I can't remember what that 4th option is. There's a 4th one. I don't remember what it is, though. So that way, when you're hearing clickety-clack, you don't hear clickety-clack, clickety-clack, and then clickety-clack, clickety-clack. You're hearing like clickety-clack, 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 the 3 times for 3 axles if you're putting it like in a passenger car. Oh, that'd be cool.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. If ready to roll, and see, that's the thing, like with Athearn, when they make like a type of locomotive, they'll either make it for this line or that line or that line. They don't spread it across all 3. So that'd be really cool if they do that.
What's the nice thing with the ready to roll is that it's a little bit more of an economical, like for price. If you're not looking for the details.
No, that is
good.
Roundhouse. Roundhouse is the economical one.
Oh, is it Roundhouse? Sorry. Well, ready to roll is a little bit like one step above that, though, isn't it?
So Train Fan, Switcher 1500s. I've got one already. It's a Broadway Limited. I think I've got enough yard switchers, man. I don't know if I'm going to buy any more. The only way I would buy one of those 1500s is if it said Pine Bluff under the road number. I've got an old Athearn Blue Box that's that way. But it's a dummy unit. Man, I've got so many switchers, it's unreal. So the SD40-2s announced last month that they'll have Tsunami 2s. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I know Athearn and Soundtraxx are good friends. So
I have a ready to roll. It was DC to a Chelsea, Western Maryland, that I installed just a harness and no sound, just a decoder in. Almost like a blue box, really.
yeah. Well, I'll tell you, the locomotives that I'm needing more of is F units.
Yeah.
That's
just a couple F7s.
I think Mystic John is a little jealous of my beard.
Even longer. Yeah, I know. We're still hanging on. I'll tell you what, I'm impressed. I have to toot my own horn. We've been 3 hours, 40 minutes and some change, and this train hasn't stopped.
Hey, it's been going a while. You sure you don't want to hit that 4-hour streak and be one of the few that's been made it that far to 4 hours?
Well, I mean, I'm all right. Only another 20 minutes.
So,
it could be like Jack and just let it run all night, right?
Jack is he's a different animal. That's for sure.
Yeah. What does he use? I mean, how does he run like that? Because isn't StreamYard's only like 4 hours, or how many hours you allowed at a time on that? Or is that
StreamYard limits you to so many. I think it's like 20 hours a month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
before you have to upgrade.
Yeah. No, I think he's just going straight in. I don't think he uses StreamYard. I think he's just going straight in, like with
Right.
OBS.
What is OBS? I mean, I don't understand that. What do you mean by that when you say that?
So OBS is just software. It's open. Dang, what is it called? Open something. Open broadcaster software. That's it. And so you can link it directly to your YouTube. So you can go live. You can go live.
There are certain ones that would be recommended, like different companies that.
You just Google OBS and download, OBS.
Is that how he's able to do like multiple cameras and all that stuff too?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I might have to look into that, man. But you can't do this kind of stuff with it, can you? Like how we're having a chat and everything, or can you?
So what I do is I'll pull my OBS and I'll run it, and then I'll invite someone in through StreamYard. And so I'm using a virtual webcam that's off of OBS, so it's like a video output. And Heath can explain this a whole lot better than I can. He has to help me. I'll put it that way. That's kind of like earlier, Thomas was making jokes that, Heath is more concerned about, the tech stuff than the actual trains.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, that's part of the fun of the hobby is being able to integrate all that stuff in,
Yeah.
And makes it more interesting for, yourself, but also for people to watch.
Right.
And to hang out, and they can enjoy your layout without actually being there to enjoy it, and you can enjoy others that way too,
Right. And so, yeah. And that's like, with this now with the A10 Mini that I'm using, it's a 4 camera switcher. I won't be able to have all 4 cameras on the screen at the same time that are attached there.
Yeah.
But like if I got like separate cameras that are plugged directly into the computer, yeah, I can have them all connected simultaneously.
I just saw that.
Yeah.
In 3 hours. Yeah, it gets way technical for me, man.
Yeah, I'm still learning that stuff. I've got my knowledge is all in the model trains and the electronics in it. That's my specialty. Like, I look at Robert, for example, and y'all's specialty is like scenery. That is not my specialty.
Yeah.
So
I can't wait to get the scenery, but I don't want to have to tear scenery up to do like some of these other things. So
I suggest before you do any type of scenery on that bottom level, besides buildings that you can easily take off, get your upper deck done first.
Yeah, I bought some. I think I told you earlier. I bought some lumber, so I'm gonna probably start cutting some sheets at least. Get that up there. Got my some plywood today. Finally got my underneath my peninsula. I finally got my shelf put in completely. So I get a bunch of these boxes up underneath there, out of sight, out of mind. storage. But yeah, I get that up.
Yeah. Well,
It's kinda
Drew,
nice to have it open right now because you can see, you know.
Drew, it depends on what portion of the layout. If you want to wait as long as possible for scenery, if you work in phases and you're in an area where you're not going to have a lot of electronics or a lot of buildings, and you don't have an area above it to worry about, then yeah, you could go ahead and do scenery on there.
Yeah. Yeah, like there's some areas I know I'm not gonna have a lot that I could probably do some scenery, start some scenery.
Yeah.
Like and here it just comes down to again what you're doing because you know I want to put some backdrops in, so I want to get those in before I do
Now
scenery in front of it.
that you definitely need to do before you do scenery.
Yeah.
And the reason being is it is much easier to blend your scenery into your backdrop than it is to blend your backdrop into your scenery.
Right.
So
I'm probably gonna do. I'd like to do all, like I'll call them store bought backdrops. You know what I mean? Instead of just trying to be an artist and paint, because I'm not good at that.
well, hey, that's why I went through Train Junkie.
Yeah, and I'm gonna definitely check him out too.
I mean, I'm definitely not, a flying crow. I can't paint,
I could somewhat throw a few clouds up there, and they don't look too bad. But like to do trees and hills and stuff. I mean, I don't know.
trees and a cow, here and there.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
So I think I'd just rather purchase them. But we'll see what happens. It's kind of hard because I got that climb going up, so it kind of cuts into the scene. That's kind of the downside. There's times I kind of wish I would have been able to do a helix off layout,
Yeah. So John is saying his problem is he's having a river running through it. I don't know why that would be a problem.
Running through what?
Yeah, definitely you want to make sure your track work is good. By far. And you need to figure out if you are having derail issues, is it your track or is it some of the cars?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true too.
Because if your car is too light, it's more apt to derail, or maybe you need to check the wheel gauges. Yeah, that's the key is don't rush to scenery. Do your scenery when you've got everything in that specific area done. And then the trees really needs to be the very last thing that goes in.
Yeah.
And work your way from the back to the front.
Yeah, I agree. Like Mystic said, he had to match the backdrop up to the scenery, and I had that same problem when I had that little river on the other layout. That's kind of why I ended up with the backdrop that I did, which was more western United States than eastern, even though I was modeling the east. But that's the only one I could find that the river really matched up. I didn't know about Train Junkies at the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Train Junkie, if he doesn't have what you want, that does not mean he cannot get what you want.
Right.
And like I said, on my backdrop, that rice field, behind Riceland in the town of Wiener, I took those pictures and I sent them to him. Yeah. And he put them in my backdrop.
Yeah, well, I was working with him near the end of that layout. He was working on getting something together for me. And then I decided to stop and tear it down.
Yeah.
So I never did get to use them. But I'm going to definitely get in touch with him here.
Well, I will tell you this. For your bottom section, because you've got that, you got that riser.
Yeah.
I would probably cut your roll in 3-foot sections
Yeah.
and try to measure, you measure 3, 4, 5 times before, to make sure that you got all your angles and your pitches right. Because I think you're
Yeah.
going to try to run into a nightmare if you buy like a 10-foot section
Yeah.
and trying to do all 10 at once. So that was
Maybe
a
I could
pain in
have-
the butt on mine trying to do
Yeah.
that much all by yourself.
Here's maybe what I can have him do is, do the picture as a 10-foot picture, and then have him just cut it so I can match.
Let me see if I can pull that other camera up with that scenery. Like I don't even remember which feed I'm on. Okay, yeah, I got to move it over. Whee!
Man, that is so fun. Fun. I like that. That's pretty sweet. I'm assuming those cameras are pretty pricey, like to purchase something like that, or
Yeah, this one's like $750.
oh yeah, we won't be buying those.
But yeah, like if you can look past Riceland,
Yeah,
there we go. I mean, like I said, there's nothing else for me to put in that corner. So I might as well just go ahead and get the scenery, get it done and over with, right?
yeah,
I'm already there. But the next thing I need to work on, I'm waiting on my cantilever to come in to that little, so like right where the ballast ends, just right in front of it to the left is going to be a cantilever signal. So
Oh,
that's
nice.
why I haven't really done anything over there yet, because I'm waiting on that signal to come in. And once I get that mounted, wired in and whatnot, then I'll start putting in the trees right here where the barn is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And of course you can't see it because Riceland's in the way. I've got like a little small hill that's kind of over by the track. I mean, you're just not going to be able to see it with this camera. But I'm going to put like one big tree by itself there.
Yeah,
And so the reason why I'm trying to work on the scenery here is because you can see there's some grid with no plywood on top of it.
right.
And that's because that's going to be more layout. And let me zoom out a little bit. And
What do you use,
Kind of
Scenic
about-
Express?
do
Ballast?
what?
The Scenic Express ballast? Ballast?
Yeah, that's Scenic Express ballast.
That big jug.
Let's see here. Is that it right here? No, that's not it. Yeah, that's it back there. Yeah, it's a gallon. But
Yeah.
okay, so if you look here where my hammer's at, my tape measure, the cork rub bed kind of ends there.
Yeah.
And it's actually supposed to curve off 45 degrees to the right. And so, of course, the light's in the way, but you can see the legs at the bottom over there by my white table. And the bench work's supposed to go all the way over there because the track curves around.
Yeah.
That's why you see that big hole over on the right side, and it actually curves back to the left. So now let me zoom back out. And we'll zoom down. And so, of course, train comes this way, blah, 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 blah. I mean, technically, I could go ahead and start doing scenery on every bit of this if I wanted to. But
Yeah.
I'm not just trying to push myself, scenery, scenery, scenery.
I'm gonna tell you what, you don't give yourself enough credit, man, because you did a nice job back in that corner there.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
But
I like
this
what you got
is,
going on.
over here, I'm not even going to do any scenery for probably a really long time. The closest thing that I'm going to do to scenery here is the buildings, and that's it. I mean, it's probably going to be a while before I even contact train junkie about, putting me in a backdrop or continue my backdrop. I'm thinking possibly having it fade back into the tree background and, going away from the rice fields, because I'm thinking all the buildings and stuff's not going to look right. And then, if I want it to go back to another scene, I could, but I'm thinking the rice section or the rice fields, I think I'm good as far as that goes, because, I've got Riceland over in the town of Wiener, and I'm just thinking, basically my railroad is picking up rice from the elevator, not dropping it off. And so it would be dropped off by the trucks, by the local trucks. So, but yeah. And one of the so I put in a couple of neat pieces in here. I'm going to zoom in on it.
I see you put that 3-way switch in there. That's pretty sweet.
Yep. So that is a Pico switch. And so it's actually dual purpose. So the middle leg and the leg on the right, or the direction that we're facing, you can see we're going to go down. There we go. So you can see there's a couple of pieces of rolling stock on them. That's actually for an industry. But the leg that crosses over to the other turnout, that provides for a runaround. Because, see, there's only one entrance into this area, and I got to focus in. Ooh, let me focus out. There we go. So, and of course you can see one of the industries up there because there's a tank car there. So that requires the locomotives to be able to run around.
Yeah.
So that's why I put that there. Now this right here is a single slip. So I'm going to let you kind of study that for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, John, the thing about the re-railers, I'm going to zoom out. This is what's going to make the operations even more fun. If you notice, you got my 2 main lines there with re-railers. I've got those 2 tracks with re-railers. And it's hard to tell, but you've also got a re-railer right there. So these re-railers are acting as grade crossings. So to make the operations even more fun, a train is not allowed to occupy a grade crossing while the locomotives are unattended or unattached. So, so Drew, dude, these right here are number 4s. But if I go up over to here, and you see my crossover here and my crossover over there, those are number 6s. So I can get away with number 4s for like slow traffic, but you don't want to use it for fast traffic. So I use 6s on the main lines.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but everything else over here is all number 4s. And that one, that number 4 left, I'm having to wait till I can get my hands on a code 83 version of it. That is a code 100, and I need an 83 to go there. And none of the local hobby shops had the 83. So, oops, wrong button. There we go. But yeah, y'all can see my messy room.
Yeah.
Go back this way.
It don't matter how many times I clean it. It don't last.
No. Well, my problem is I've got more stuff than I can store.
Yeah. until you start putting more up, it's going to be that way,
Now this, let's see here. This turnout here, that is one piece. That is a Walters, and it's a number 6 double crossover. Yeah, time for the Jerry Sets challenge. Split Rock, I have not wired up that other side yet. I was trying to get my camera finished. But as far as switching, yes, I can switch out Riceland, and I can switch out Gamer and Thrones. So I have 2 industries that, yes, I can actually switch out today. But the rest of them, I haven't wired all the track up yet. And right now, my layout is actually on hold, except for getting this camera wired in, because I'm trying to get the Sidetrack Sunday 2021 cars done. I've got those painted today, and I probably won't have a layout update video on Sunday, but I'll probably go live sometime and decal them live. More than likely, I'm probably going to decal them live.
What's the deal with those cars? Are they for purchase, or are they like prizes, or what are those for?
Okay, so 2 of them are going to be giveaways. They say STS 2021 is the road number. So Sidetrack Sunday has adopted STS because there is no railroad reporting marks for STS. There was an STSX, so that's why we didn't take that one. But the 5 members of Sidetrack Sunday are all using their first live stream date. So mine is STS 21 1 and then some other number. I can't remember. But so all 5 of us have a different car number. Whether we wanted our HO or our N scale. And then the 2 that we're giving away are identical, but one's N and one is HO.
I gotcha.
Yeah, that is such a cool view.
Yeah, I do like that view.
Just seeing it
down that way.
See, when it was down below, you could see it. Like, you could see the gondolas doing it, but as soon as the covered hoppers came in front of it, it just blocked the view.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
See, now you can still see it. I mean, it just looks so cool.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just kind of set it up there. I'll get it a little better. I'll get it figured out better at some point.
Yeah,
and
I think
like
you can get it.
A web camera, so it's meant to sit on the back of your cam or back of your screen, So it's not really. I don't know how I'm gonna mount it, but I'll figure something out.
So, Drew Dude, I'm actually running code 100 on all of my main lines, and I'm stepping down to 83 on the industries. So pretty much where all like heavy traffic or a lot of track that's being used is probably going to just be code 100, and less used track is going to be 83. That's probably the easiest way to explain it. Hey, Dave, congratulations. You made it 4 hours.
Oh, nice. That's crazy, man. I've never done that. Well, thanks to you.
I know, right? See, he says the CRNE 3 is looking fantastic.
Thanks. It's coming along. It's getting there, little by little.
Yeah, it's looking great.
For let's see, a year ago I was just starting to tear down, so it's not too bad. I made pretty good progress.
Well, I think what helped you is you kept a lot of your bench work.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Well, I kept all the lumber I could. I actually tore down all the framework and stuff because I went to, this is all, everything along the walls is with brackets, no legs. Most of it, anyways.
Yeah, I kept a lot of mine too. A lot of my track. I've got 2 bins full of track. It's a turnouts is what I'm lacking. Well, certain turnouts. I've got some. I just don't have all of what I need,
Yeah.
and that's because I'm putting in a crap load of turnouts. So,
It's
the
amazing
next.
how I thought I had so much stuff, and as I've been going along and using it, I'm like, Jesus, man,
Yeah.
going quick. It's going quick.
Well, it's like the next town that I build. It's got 3 industries. It's got a track that's coming out of, like another staging track per se. It's coming off the layout. But I'm also adding a 3-track interchange yard in there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Flying Crow. It is 2 a.m. here. Mystic, I saved all my turnouts,
Yeah.
and probably a good 75-80% of my track was salvageable, if not more. Saved everything I could. Even the smaller pieces I cut, because you never know when you're going to get a small piece,
Right.
fit in somewhere. So I figured I'll keep everything, and if I don't use it, I don't use it. I'll get rid of it or whatever. I could, tear the rail out and use it for scrap scenes somewhere, scrap load, whatever, Yeah, our smart railroaders are. We don't throw anything out, man. Fast tracks route and turnouts. Fast tracks, is that has the road bed and everything built into it?
Yeah, Drew, dude, I wish I had the time to devote to that for my turnouts. I just don't have the time.
Oh, fast track. That's where you build them all.
Yeah, that's
okay.
where you build them.
So they can turn
I
out
don't
quick.
have time.
Yeah. I don't. Plus, I don't think my soldering skills, they're not terrible, but I don't know if I trust them enough to build turnouts and stuff where they would end up looking like crap. So,
Yeah.
I'm using cork for the road bed, I guess, underneath the track, and I'm just using plywood. I'm not doing cork, I'm not doing, foam this time. The old layout, I did 1-inch foam on top of actually just that 1/8-inch backer board, which could have been some of my track problems too. I don't know, maybe I might have been given too much, wasn't strong enough.
Yeah, I don't like
It's
using
underlayment.
foam. Some people prefer it, and hey, that's great. To each their own. The reason why I do not like foam is I nail my track down. I don't do any glue. I don't even glue my cork down. It's all nailed down, and it holds. And if I need to make a slight adjustment, I don't have to worry about destroying something. I
Yeah.
just get in there, pop the nails out, make my
I nailed-
adjustment, nail it back down. I'm good.
Yeah, I did nails this time too. There's a couple sections. Well, I glued the cork down, which I kind of wish I didn't do that now. But I'm nailing all the track. There's a couple spots I glued, and then I was thinking, why am I gluing this stuff? I mean, just use the track nails.
Yeah. And on a straight section, you can get away with like a nail every 6 inches. In the curves, you might want to go like every 3. To hold it better.
Thanks, Mystic.
So
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was some work to clean that track and salvage it, but what's a little elbow grease when you're talking about? I don't know. I think I bought a box of 100 track from Yankee Dabbler before I started this, and that box was like $300 and some dollars. It was 25 track right?
right.
I can't remember how much 25 was, but to do 100 was cheaper in the long run. So, it hasn't been cheap, I'll tell you what. So that's why, like I said, I saved as much as I could.
Yeah, Flex Track is expensive. That's why I hung on as much as I could. And every train show I go to, that is the first thing I'm looking for is Flex Track.
Yeah, it's definitely expensive. And I've done that too. And a lot of like my main line, I've been using like new stuff. But all my yards I've been using the old stuff. You know, on the climb, I use a combination of both.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to take any chance of anything on the main line being messed up with old track. But not that it really would be. It's still in great shape. You know, I used it one time. But you know, I'm going to use it up. I've used most of it up, actually, to be honest with you. A good portion of it.
Hey, Mystic,
But,
now if you get good at scratch building, you could be like Vinny and start making money scratch building for other people.
yeah.
I'm not that good.
No. Well, look at that guy that's SoCal model railroader, that guy out in California. He builds all his stuff out of like foam core and stuff, and then prints out pictures of buildings. And
Well,
they look good.
John 2618. Every single building on his layout was scratch built.
Yeah. That guy's good, man. I watch some of his stuff. He is super good. The details.
See, you always got to watch out for Mystic because every comment is going to have a punchline in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm reading that now.
That's funny. Hey,
Well,
Mystic, while you're in here, did you or one of your buddies end up contacting Texas Train Works on the locomotive paint job thing? Only reason I ask is he said someone from New Orleans contacted him, so he was wondering if it was for me.
being I decided to go with some more of the technical aspects of the hobby, it kind of started cutting into the funds for other things too, scenery and such, to move forward. You know, 'cause money I would have spent on some of that stuff has gone towards like the signals from Jason. Even though I got a great deal on it. Thank you again.
Oh yeah, well,
It
and
was,
of course, like I said, I've got all my NCE stuff.
yeah,
You know,
no, definitely we got to work some out on that.
yeah,
At least in some of it.
that because you
Yeah,
definitely want that stuff in before you do any type of scenery.
yeah. Like I know, like right now, I can definitely use another, several more. But I know I need some switch eights, and I don't know. I gotta wire up that mini panel. I got it in underneath there. I still gotta get the toggles figured out. I want to build another like board control panel, stuff like
All
that.
right.
All time consuming stuff. It's cool. After building that first one, I'm like kind of, whew, that took me a while.
Oh yeah, the panels. Yeah.
Came out nice, but now I kind of
Yeah.
wish I wouldn't have done the button board.
See, my thing is once I sell this stuff to you, that's going to be the startup money I need to go LCC.
Yeah, I
So,
gotta start selling some stuff to pay for all this other stuff.
can you alter a chassis to accommodate the speakers? Absolutely, because
Yeah,
John, I've got a GP. It's a Proto 2000 Jeep 38-2 that I had to mill out part of the frame just to get a decoder and a speaker to fit in it. Oh, we got Lynn McCurdy back in here.
hey, really?
Well, Dave, I know you're probably tired. I know I'm getting
Yeah,
tired.
yeah, same. And we
I've
made
got
4 hours.
Yeah, I've got to get up not terribly early tomorrow morning, but I got to get up and go and do a server install at a location about an hour's drive away.
Yeah,
So, and I'm hoping I can get back and maybe go live tomorrow and do decaling on the STS cars.
Robert. Smart aleck.
All right. So what Robert is not telling everybody when he called us wimps is he is waiting for Dave to end his live stream so that way he can start one himself and go 4 hours.
Well, you're
I'm
more than
probably
welcome to
not
do
ever
so.
going to hear the end of that one. Because I'm actually going to Robert's house next month.
Oh yeah. You guys gonna do a stream from there together?
I think so. I think he wants to put me. He's called me a liar. I think he wants to put me to work in his yard.
His train yard or his actual backyard?
His train yard.
All right. I said we can have you digging posts for a fence or something.
He don't have much of a backyard. That shed takes up over
I
half
don't
of
say
it.
it's all a train shed now. That's a nice sized shed, man. I'll tell you what, you got a nice space there. I mean, from what I could see in the cameras and stuff. Back
Now
there.
see, now he's saying the backyard, which tells me it's going to be less work than the train yard.
Yeah.
Because there's
Yeah,
not much there.
And you're planting trees.
It wouldn't be my first time.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm with Jason. I'm gonna hit the bed myself. It's 2:10 and 2:11 in the morning here. So, I think they want to put the Christmas tree up and all that shit tomorrow. So,
Well, I got the house to myself tonight with the dogs. My wife, she went up with a couple of her friends to Branson,
yeah.
Missouri, to do Black Friday shopping, and then so she's coming back home tomorrow. And then my son, who has been in Tennessee all week with his nana, my wife's mom, he's supposed to be coming home tomorrow too. So I got a feeling that we're probably going to be putting the tree up tomorrow or Sunday.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, same here.
so
Well, thanks again for stopping in and hanging
Yeah.
out with me, Jason, and all you guys, but Jason for popping on live with me.
absolutely. And I really hope you enjoy those signals and they give
Yeah.
you, a lot of use. And get with Split Rock 323. He can tell you exactly where they need to go on your layout.
Oh, okay.
But that'll get you a head start for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to get your information there, Split Rock. Figure that out. All
Because
right.
he's helping me with mine. So
Yeah. It's a whole new experience.
yeah.
But it's one that I'm looking forward to, though, because it's something that, like I said, I want to get the tech stuff down and do this right, hopefully.
Well, and like this camera angle here, if you get it closer to the wall, you got a signal there protecting that for that switch.
Yeah.
That's going to look so cool watching a train go by it and that signal change.
Yeah, I think so too.
So,
Uh,
all right, buddy. Well,
All
you
right.
have a good night. Everyone in the
Okay.
chat, y'all have a good night, and I will see y'all later.
Yep. Take care.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right. Well, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to say goodnight. Thanks again for hanging out with me all these hours. That's crazy. I can't believe there's still 11 people in here. But, yeah. Let's see. On Track Tuesday. I think if I'm not mistaken, Robert, I think all four of us are going to try to be on. I don't know about Tony, how he's doing, but I think at least three of us will be on there. Plan this for all four. But we'll see. So I'll catch you guys later and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully everybody had a good Thanksgiving and everything, and we'll catch you next time. So good night. Bye for now.